We are live! Although we've probably got a little bit of a delay on the actual stream. It's always the beginning of these live streams. It's always a little bit like, oh, is it working?
Yes, I always... We're on.
So we are on. So there's probably obviously no one on watching just yet, but there you go. So we'll just... oh, there you go. There you
definitely
go.
On.
So welcome. We'll just give it a few minutes to kind of start until we kind of get into the meat and bones. As we see, we've got the Invisible Man joining us this evening. He is, oh, there he is. We should have a fifth person, but they seem to have got lost.
Oh, come on. Why can I not get this?
Zach, my dog's about to bark.
Oh, I
It's
love
all
your
kicking
dog.
off now.
Come on.
Is that a dog?
Go on.
Well, that's his son. It's like the wolf boy.
Oh. Do you know, I got a shirt just like that, and I was just like, should I chuck it on? Be like a bunch of palm tree people together.
It's got to be done. I nearly put me Magnum TI shirt on, but I changed my mind.
Right, good luck with pronouncing that one, Leo. Off you go.
You know what? This one came in before we started, so I pre-done a translate. It says it's very late there. They're from Serbia, but thank you for the comment. If you're still on, I was like, yeah, I wouldn't know where to start with that. Thank you. Well, we were expecting Alan Toner, but he seems to have disappeared. So we'll see if he joins us later. While we're all kind of getting kind of waiting for that, and people are joining, I'll just let you guys introduce yourselves. I'm sure most people know you anyway, but who wants to go first?
Okay. I'm Aaron. I've got a YouTube channel called Screen Stars. Those of you that follow this channel, Geek Legion of Doom, have no doubt seen me do reviews on this channel as well.
I am Lisa, and I've just realised I didn't put my channel name in that little description below, but my channel's called Lisa Loves. Same as Aaron, I did do reviews for Leo before time got in the way. But yeah, just movie reviews, what I watched, that sort of thing.
You still do the odd one here and there.
I do, yes.
Still have it here and there. Go on, Matt.
So I'm Matt. I'm one of the original founders of the Geek Legion of Doom. I sort of stepped down a long time ago due to children and career and being an awesome musician. You can steal my guitars there. I've been just rocking out like every day, all day, rocking. Doesn't leave much time for
And we may have if we get our fifth member join, I'll introduce them as and when. So anyone in the comments, please obviously chirp in with any comments that you might have. Knowing these streams, I tend to kind of go off the rails a little bit and deviate into whatever you want to talk about. But the general kind of theme of the topic is going to be unpopular opinions. This is going to be in any type of entertainment. It could be with films specifically, could be with collecting, could be with YouTube, anything you like. We're going to stay away from general political stuff, to be honest, but generally try and keep it within the kind of the entertainment sphere. So I have prepared a couple of ones, and I will say my first controversial opinion, so to speak: sex scenes in movies. They are boring and unnecessary 99% of the time. That is my first opinion.
Is that an unpopular opinion? I don't know.
Well, I mean, obviously, I'll tell you why I say it's unpopular. If you ever have a look in the reviews on IMDb, a lot of people will complain there's no nudity. Oh, there's no nudity in it. You know. I mean,
if you've got to the point where you've Googled IMDb, like, it's not too many steps away from getting as much nudity as you like. It's a bit of a weird kind of angle to go with, really, isn't it?
No, what I mean is just like people will discount a film because it doesn't have nudity in it. And I'll look at reviews, and this is just one example, but generally I used to just fast forward all the sex scenes. I'm just not interested, Just like
I suppose my argument to it is that and I think this is quite a sort of a common.
It's an unpopular opinion.
Yeah. But the thing is like if I was born in the 70s, which I definitely wasn't, I may have been, then
I was.
Yeah, I mean. Then I would argue, why is it okay to show loads of violence? You know, you're overcoming physical adversity, whereas showing a sex scene is like that's not necessarily appropriate or deemed as a waste of time. Where actually the bonding of two people coming together sexually is actually probably historically vastly more important than just randomly chopping off individuals' heads. So
something else then.
I think for me, I don't really have a problem with it these days. It doesn't bother me at all. I've got, like probably most of you guys, I've got them horrible cringy memories from when I was younger, watching a film with my parents, and then there'd be an awkward scene that would come on, and you would just
Debbie Does Dallas.
There'd be this silence behind you of your mum and dad, and you're just like cringing in your seat. You know what I mean? That's those are my memories of it. Really. These days, I don't. To be honest, I don't think it's anything like as bad as it used to be, and I don't mean bad, but I don't think there's anywhere near as many sex scenes as it used to be. I think it is used sparingly these days.
I don't have a problem with it. I just find them boring and uninteresting.
My biggest argument for them taking sex out of a show was when you went like Game of Thrones was just so titillating on all levels. I remember like I was never like if something's popular, I'll not be interested in it until 3 years after, because I don't know why, for whatever reason. And Game of Thrones did it all. It was violent, it was sexual, it was like blah blah blah, and then suddenly it became so popular that they almost like toned down the sex bit and then upped the violence piece. And I was just like, oh well, you know, it's not like a. I just used to enjoy tuning into Game of Thrones and being shocked. And that was it. I would like, you know, every week it's like, you know, I think the really last shocking sex sequence in there was when the brother and sister, you know, the octopus, water people, whatever they were called, I can't remember. Leo, you probably remember. Yeah.
I'm just translated. He says, "Hello, British."
I will take issue with that. I'm Irish.
He or she, I don't know.
But, in Game of Thrones,
are you Northern Ireland?
What?
Are you Northern Ireland, Lisa?
I am Northern Ireland.
You're British.
No, dual nationality, Irish or British. I've got 2 passports, so there you go. What the one that did her act at Khaleesi? I've forgotten her name at the minute.
Oh yeah, she hated it, didn't she?
She actually wouldn't do it anymore. When she got popular enough that they couldn't not use her, she put in her contract that she wouldn't do any like full nude scenes. And there was 2 of them that did that. So that's probably a reason we got a lot less sex scenes in it.
And to be fair, those sequences, with the exception of the Khal Drago like weird sequence where like she suddenly decides that she's into him and then they get it on and then she gets pregnant or whatever goes on there. I didn't think her sex sequences were particularly that interesting. So I think it was more.
It's just like I don't find sex scenes interesting.
No, yeah. Although that was very much, it was really important to the.
Well, the new House of the Dragon, they've apparently really cut down on the sex scenes, so that's fine. I'll explain my thing, but I just found, you know, sex scenes a lot of the time slow down the story. You know, it's kind of like titillation for titillation's sake. I mean, sometimes if it's part of the story, if that makes sense, then maybe. But for me, I just find them incredibly boring, very samey, and even quick. I don't think you even need to see it. I think you can suggest it.
I prefer it to be suggested.
I'm not a prude, but I just find them boring. I just want to say hello to Carlos Eastwood for Life fan.
Hey, Carlos.
Who was watching. Hi, Carlos. And I hope any of you guys watching have any opinions about, you know, and that are not particularly popular. Please put them in the comments, and we'll kind of we'll kind of respond to them. Right, anyone else want to chirp in with a different comment?
Well, I'll go one. I'll give you one. Star Trek is better than Star Wars.
No.
Oh man, do you know what I would argue? I would argue that's not an unpopular opinion. I would say that
it is to Star Wars fans.
No, it's way more nerdy. Like, I'd rather say that I'm a Star Wars fan any day than I would say I'm a Star Trek fan. But I think a lot more love and effort has been put into Star Trek than Star Wars, especially the J.J. Abrams like relaunch. The first, is it 3 movies? Wasn't it the first 2?
I
really
like. I mean, I am a big.
Although they're a bit
Trek
Star
fan.
Warsy.
I am a big Star Trek fan, and it's a franchise I grew up on. I went to the cinema to watch all the films with my dad.
Roth,
So I've got all of them. Really, really fond memories of it. So I'm a big Star Trek fan. And
did you say better or cooler? What did you say?
I think better and cooler. Better.
Can I just
it's better and cooler?
Seconds? Leo, Alan's waiting in the waiting room for you to add him in.
Apologies.
Sorry.
An Eastwood for Life fan.
Better.
Hi, Alan. Sorry, you were like under the kind of.
I finally got here. Yeah, I had a bit of an issue with my browser, so I had to change over to Microsoft Edge. So I'm in now.
Right.
Yeah.
Welcome, Alan.
Okay. All right, Lisa.
Hi, Alan.
I finally got here. Yeah.
All right, Alan.
Alan, a proud Southern gentleman, as you can tell from his accent.
Yeah.
So what are you, Scouser?
We gave it away.
Yeah.
Somebody's got their thing playing in the background. It's gone
Just
now.
that was me. I just opened the window, just switched it off, so I put the comments on. Yeah. Thanks for that, Lisa. Anyway,
No worries.
Yeah, thanks. Nice to meet you. Anyway,
You too.
Yeah, nice to meet you.
Okay, I wasn't sure if you were familiar. So also, Alan has a horror kind of related channel, and I know you've got some controversial opinions about some horror films because you've done your lists recently, which you can kind of.
I have indeed. Yeah.
Definitely.
About. Yeah.
I just want to catch up with the comments quick. So,
Okay.
Carlos, I'm not too sure that the new Game of Thrones people series can repair the damage of the ending of that show.
Yeah.
Yes, I agree. I don't think this one looks as interesting, to be honest with you.
Can anything repair the ending of that show? So disappointing.
Lauren, hello. I don't know if you're still on, but hello. And we've got the Dutch film buff. Hello, guys and gal. As a kid and a very young teen, the only way to see naked women was to rent a comedy like Porky's. Now that's if it's.
I've been there. What a film.
That's less of an issue for me. It's just it's in mainstream kind of films.
It was the first police academies, not police academies. It was police academies for me. They were a bit dirty, weren't they? And then
do you know what? I will say this little anecdote about police academy is where I discovered blowjobs. That's where I've never even thought of the idea before.
What, from the bloke at the video shop?
Wow, you can do that. In the podium.
What video shops were you renting them from?
I had no idea that was a thing that people did until I watched Police Academy.
Yeah.
Anyway,
Ritz video, it'll never be the same again. Did you take it back? The videos back late on purpose, Leo?
I can't remember where I saw it because I would have been too young for the cinema, so it might have been on TV, to be honest. But Lisa, right, Carlos, what is your favourite TV series, guys? So we kind of.
That's easy for me.
A little bit with
Star Trek for me.
Robin of Sherwood.
I watched that. That's a blast from the past, isn't it?
My favourite.
Star Trek, Robin of Sherwood. What did Matt say?
Babylon 5.
I've never watched that.
It hasn't aged. It hasn't aged well.
No.
But the stories were just phenomenally well written. So and the whole show, like a lot of shows nowadays, was written as a 5-series arc. So there's a load of stuff which sets up stuff for the last series, which I'd never ever seen anything like that at the time. So I remember just being absolutely blown away when I was like, oh my god, so that's why they did that in episode 3, season 1, and it is literally like that. So, I mean, you've got to be committed, right? So, but Babylon 5, that was the bomb, man.
So what the rest of it is?
Supernatural, I really like that.
Oh yeah, like that.
Dexter.
Quantum Leap's mine. Quantum Leap's my all-time favorite, but Dexter's a close second.
I didn't like the way Quantum Leap ended. I thought the last episode was a little bit.
Yeah, I watched it as a kid, but I loved it. I know they're redoing it. They're remaking it, aren't they? Yeah.
Have they? I didn't know that.
Yeah, there's a trailer out for like a really, really short sort of like.
They remake everything now, though. No, they won't. Literally, there's not anything they won't remake. Right.
Babylon 5, they won't remake that, I tell you.
I suppose you're right there, yeah. So someone's got an unpopular opinion. The original Friday, this is Horror Nerd 13, thanks for the comment. Original Friday the 13th kind of sucks. And the only good part was the last 10 minutes. The kills wasn't that good. And the final girl, horrible in his opinion. Worst Friday for him.
I don't disagree with that. I think it is of its time, and it's in the same way Babylon 5 hasn't aged well. That film didn't, but I'm sure if you in that window of a year or whatever, that it was interesting before it influenced a load of other stuff.
I'm not a fan of Friday the 13th franchise anyway. I've always thought it was a cheap knockoff for Halloween.
That's one of my main controversial opinions. I'm a massive horror fan. I don't like Friday the 13th. I don't like any of the Halloween films apart from the first one. And I don't like any of the Nightmare on Elm Street films apart from the first one.
That is controversial.
Yeah, I just think they're overrated massively.
I kind of agree. I don't hate them, but I'm not a fan particularly. But obviously, with the first Friday the 13th, this was kind of before we really got Jason, wasn't it? So that's kind of it. It didn't hit its stride really until, I would argue, the third film. But
Nightmare on Elm Street, the first. I love the which is the one with the Dream, whatever it's called, Dream Squad or Team.
Third, I think.
That Dream Warriors, so I loved Dream Warriors. That's it, Dream Squad. Sounds like a cheerleading squad.
The Dream Squad. That was your boy band days, wasn't it?
It was, yeah. So I really liked the first three Freddy films. The third one took the fear out of Freddy for me, which I really appreciated because I was way too young. I think I might have watched Nightmare on Elm Street like within a couple of months of it being released on pirate VHS. Might have even been Betamax. What's this? Oh my God, Sopranos. That's so good.
Never got into the Sopranos.
It's brilliant.
I've never watched it. I'm not a fan of gangster movies or TV stuff, so I've never ever watched The Sopranos.
Hello to everyone. Halloween Team was the only good.
I
don't know if I agree with that. From Halloween, the second was only good.
That H2O was decent.
H2O, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
And the new ones as well, I think, are good.
Nice to have you on board.
Nice to have you on board, Davian.
The Burning is actually better than Friday the 13th. I haven't seen The Burning.
Oh, Aaron.
I watched it years ago.
You need to watch it.
I watched it. Is that the guy with the shears?
Yeah.
Yeah, it was banned once at one point.
Yeah. I prefer it.
Which is one of my opinions.
The local gardening club got really upset about the use of shears. Let's ban it. That's what it is, isn't it? It's like Friday the 13th.
Yeah.
Like running around with various different gardening equipment.
See, I like Jason X.
Is that the one in space?
Yeah.
Oh my
God.
God.
I'm a B movie fan, so I kind of like the schlockiness. Right, we'll just do these last comments, then we'll get another opinion from someone. Movie face-offs. Preferred movies. Why and why? Alien versus Aliens. Star Wars versus Empire.
I can answer. I'm not fussed about Psycho V. Well, actually, I'm fussed about Psycho. Psycho's much more cerebral in terms of the story. It's more of a insight into one man's battle with like the demons of losing his mum, blah 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 blah, and probably just being a bit fucked up. Empire Strikes Back, just because it's probably got one of the best endings ever. Like, ever.
This is a hilarious comment.
What was that?
I'm going to show you. Hang on.
Oh, yeah.
That's my husband.
Yeah.
Space Things.
Best Precinct. That's an underrated TV show.
Mate, to be fair, that was one of those like shows where they got the. It was like was it a Jim Henson sort of production? Was it? But I know the animatronic stuff was pretty awesome, wasn't it?
What are you doing?
Here's an interesting take. I'll get hate for this, but the Texas Chainsaw Massacre 2003 remake was better than the original.
I agree with that. I loved that. I loved it. I really
It is
enjoyed
good.
it.
Is that the one with Jessica Biel?
Yeah.
No, Jessica. I think it's just
It's
Jessica
good,
Biel, yeah.
but better than the original? No.
I think the original was ground. I mean, if you were to look at it, if you were to look at it from a purely objective point of view in regards to the quality of the
It's
film,
more
It's
polished.
better made, but it's about how it makes you feel, though. The first one's terrifying.
yeah, and also you have to
think
factor the time that it was made, and the kind of obviously the lower budget that would have had.
Yeah.
But I really like it's a good film, the remake.
No, I really like it. I completely forgot about it until that was just mentioned. I loved it. That was like
Yeah, it was good.
me and Vicky went on a date to watch that. You know, with the old thing he's like doing his
But what are you
chainsaw
doing?
at the end. Me and you went on a date to watch it, probably, yeah. 2003. Just quickly, back to the previous question, Alien versus Aliens. I love both those films. I love
Aliens for me.
But yeah, Alien. I love Alien simply because it set up aliens. I mean, it's a brilliant film, but let's be honest, right? Aliens is just like it's just the old. It's perfect. It is perfect, and it's aged, and that's a film that's aged brilliantly.
Aged really well, yeah.
Really well.
It's got the horror from the first, but he just injected it with real brilliant action. It's a really fantastic film, I think, Aliens. But the different films, Alien is basically a creature feature. You know what I mean? It's a horror. It's a full-on horror. Aliens is sci-fi action, really, isn't it?
But do you know what I like about Alien the most? Is the actual science fiction in it. Like the fact that when I first watched it, like the computers powering up, like the CRT technology in this kind of like, you know, world which is, I don't know, 100 years ahead of us or whatever it was, and just the way they've crammed all that stuff in there, and it's all kind of a bit janky and a bit like buggered. It's almost like somebody's built this huge thing to go out there, do some mining, and they've done it on a budget. And that's it feels, I don't know.
There's 3 horror films that take me right back to my childhood that really affected me in a positive or negative, really. And Alien's one of them. I wouldn't eat eggs for months after watching that film. American Werewolf in London, because I grew up in Yorkshire, so the moor scene terrified me.
Does it annoy you that it was shot in Wales? Does it really bother you?
No, not at all.
They didn't shoot in Yorkshire.
No. And the third one is The Thing. All 3 of them. I mean, they're all classics, absolute classics. But I mean, I remember watching them as a 10, 11, 12-year-old. And it just absolutely terrified me. Fantastic.
Just the werewolf in London thing, yeah. I don't want to make like a race thing out of it, but like me and my brother. Here we go. Right. So we used to crack a joke that if we went into a pub or something like that, and it was clearly like they'd never seen a brown person before. They had obviously seen brown people before, but we were just being stereotypical as they were. Probably, who knows? But we'd like walk in and go, "Nobody makes me miss," like that, and just crack a whole we'd just do a whole joke about like how it was like, you know, they're Americans walking into a thing, and we felt like similar to that thing. And as we'd walk out of the pub, we'd always go, "Stay off the Mars." I mean, really, it's a monologue almost to ourselves, right? So, but the Werewolf in London thing is, I love that like opening sequence. It's just brilliant.
Right, Alan, have you got? Give us one of your opinions.
Right. Okay. Movie, but I'm not too keen on. Yeah, I'm not too fussy on? Or
Anything? Any
anything at all?
opinion would you think is
Popular
particularly
opinion,
popular?
anything.
Right. Okay. Yeah. Well, you'll probably know, you've been watching all my videos. I'm not a big fan of Midsommar, and I'm not a big fan of Hereditary. Now, I watched Hereditary a couple of times to try and get into it now, but I think I watched it about 3 times. I still couldn't really get into it. And Midsommar, I think that would have been benefited from being cut down a little bit more. It was a lovely looking movie, absolutely lovely to look at, but it did drag for me. You know, I mean, I know a lot of people like it, you know, but so they're the main biggies really, because a lot of people do like them, Hereditary and Midsommar. Yeah,
I think
They're really divisive, aren't they?
I think you've got a point there. They do divide audiences, especially Midsommar. Now,
Yeah.
I like Midsommar, but it doesn't feel like a horror film to me.
No.
It's too bright and beautiful, and it's like a summer movie almost.
It is, yeah.
With weirdness injected into it. But
That's right.
I don't dislike it.
No.
But Hereditary, I do think is quite effective.
Yeah.
But I don't think it's what you would describe as a traditional horror film either.
Right. I'll tell you another one I wasn't too keen on. This is going back a bit further now. I think it's about the early 70s. Don't Look Now with Donald Sutherland.
Yes, I don't like
Do
that
you know
either. And it's
I
very
haven't seen
slow.
that one.
Yeah, very slow. Yeah.
I don't like that. It makes me feel uncomfortable. And then the whole thing with the.
I tell you what I did like. I liked the twist at the end. I did like that. Yeah.
What was it? Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Spoiler alert.
Oh, yeah.
I think we can safely say that's probably past spoiler alerts now, considering the age.
Well, you never know.
Yeah, Hereditary, I recommended to my best friend and her partner because I loved it, and they went to see it and they hated it. They thought it was one of the worst things I'd ever seen.
Yeah, it's a Marmite movie, isn't it?
Yeah, it's one of those weird ones. And so
A24 movies tend to be a little bit kind of like, artistic, isn't it? So
I think A24 do very dividing films. I wasn't keen on X.
Right.
I know a lot of people like that. I wasn't overly keen on it.
No.
I thought that actually what you were saying earlier, Leo, about the sex scenes in movies. There's one in X, and I think you'll know what I mean. It is cringy beyond belief. There's one scene in that, and it was an uncomfortable film, I think, X, but I think it was trying to be that at the same time. But
Aaron, you said how you wanted to get some film recommendations. I recommended one, The Hospital from 2013.
Oh, Jesus, don't
watch it.
No, don't.
Everyone's going to tell you.
Do you know what it is, Leo? I can't find it. I'm on any streaming service or anywhere. I've looked at everywhere and I can't find The Hospital. If you've got a link, send it because I can't find it.
Is it a found footage film, is it?
No.
Yeah. Odd.
But
I watched that in good faith. It's awful.
You took advice from Leo.
I thought he didn't.
Was he laughing when he was telling you about it?
This is bloody awful. Watch it. He says, "Oh, you'll watch this," and I'm watching it, thinking, "What is wrong with this man?"
Look,
and then when I said, it's like, "Yeah, I knew you'd think that."
Is this the one that you scored 1 out of 10, Leo?
To recommend a shit one. It's the worst review film I've ever watched.
Yeah.
It is. But anyway, anyone who's in this stream, Hospital from 2013 is. And when I like to find some good things in films. This one, I couldn't find anything. And bear in mind, it's about a haunted hospital. How many bloody rape scenes are in there? It's like there's about 5. And it's just like, this is meant to be about ghosts in a hospital.
What did they do? They turned up at the hospital. They're like, there may be ghosts. Let's all start raping.
Do you know what I think it was? Because it's a low budget film. I think it's the filmmakers wanting to get naked with actresses. That's what I genuinely think it is. And then they've made a film out of it, but it is terrible. There's nothing in their film that's redeemable. But Aaron, you should watch it purely because you won't be able to see what you won't be able to
you should watch it. There is nothing as amusing to me as when Aaron has watched something and he doesn't like it. I love it. I watch his review of what's that Nicolas Cage one?
Jiu-Jitsu.
I watch that regularly just to laugh at how high in octaves your voice goes and how genuinely gutted you are about it. I love it.
Watch the Hospital, Aaron. I promise you, it will change. And I've got 80,000 views on that film, so it's kind of
I'd like to watch it, Leo. I'd like to do a dumpster fire review on it. I just can't find it. I can't find the bugger anywhere.
You know what? It's so offensive that it was taken off sale from all the supermarkets. Because it's one of those ones that went straight to DVD, and the supermarkets don't know what they're buying. They just buy they just buy all this shit from like the film companies, and they got so many complaints that it was taken off sale. It's effectively banned in the UK, but not officially, if you know what I mean.
Well, it got a sequel. I can find the sequel.
CX or eBay or something, but it's so offensive.
You can imagine. You can imagine your gran turning up and thinking it's like Casualty, the movie.
Well, I could watch Lisa's review. It's hilarious.
Did I review it?
You did.
I don't even remember.
You did it for the 31 days of
You blocked
Halloween.
it out.
Oh yes, that's
So
why you recommended it. 31
Yeah.
days. Somebody in the comments has got a link to it. I have a link to Hospital. For me, it says 2015, despite IMDb saying 2013.
Maybe I got that wrong.
So somebody, James Faulkner, has mentioned a Serbian film.
Oh Jesus! Watch my review on that.
I won't watch it because I think that's violent for violence sake, and there are certain films that I will. What's the one with the centipede, human centipede, things like that are like gratuitous for being like that, and like violent just for being violent. I won't watch them.
But you know what the problem with that film is like I had so much about it at the time, so I think I borrowed a DVD, or maybe it was on Sky or something. I just fast forwarded it all the way to the end where they're there, and the guy's like, this is my centipede or whatever, and I was like, shit, turned it off. I was like, right. I mean, there was an interesting bit where he was like, and you will eat, and then the food will pass through, and I was like,
no,
I quite liked it. I have to admit. Maybe I'm sick. My issue with Serbian film, even though it's terrible and it's beyond my sort of boundaries, it's the fact that they tried to say it was a political allegory about the situation in the country. And people are meant to watch it and get that from the movie. Just absolute rubbish. Yeah. Sorry, I'm not so much just using political, but it's like, if you like it, fine. You know, everyone's got a different boundary of what they're comfortable with, but to try and make excuses about some of the stuff they had in it was just ridiculous.
So what do we think of this one? The Hills Have Eyes Part 2 is better than the 77 original.
Well, shockingly, I've not seen any of them.
Oh, God.
What was the 1990s one?
That was the remake.
I thought that was a really good remake.
I think it was 1990s. I think that was like early 2000s. I really like. The second one is shit. But
the opening sequence was quite good. When the girl's like pregnant and then she's going to have another, or was that like Wrong Turn, like 15 or something like that? No, that was Hills Have Eyes 2. The woman's pregnant.
That was EastEnders, mate.
No, Hills Have Eyes Part 2 of the remake. The remake of the remake of the remake. That was pretty grim. It starts off and you think, that is so messed up, the beginning of that. And this is going to be like great. And then it goes downhill. But the first Hills Have Eyes remake is good.
Let's just get these comments. Have kind of got a few to get through quickly. Screen Stars, have you seen the 2021 independent horror film, The Last Inn?
No, but I've had a few people.
Mary 7 clearly is a director of that film.
I've had a few people
trying to promote it.
I have watched it and reviewed it.
I've had a few people comment on my videos asking me to review that one. So it's one I'll probably get round to, but I know it's supposed to be terrible.
Yeah, it's not terrible. It's the hospital.
Oh, it looks quite good. Is it all right? Is it terrible?
It's terrible, supposedly.
It's got a 2.5 out of 10 on IMDb.
That's terrible for IMDb, though, isn't it?
I know James Faulkner.
You do?
Yeah. All right, James.
It has to be the 5th generation pirate VHS.
You see, what he means by that is it adds to it. You know the way it's so grimy and it's not particularly, good quality. I think it adds to the actual movie. It's Mike. Hi, Mike.
And hopefully you'll stay for the rest of the fun. Thanks for watching. Halloween 281
is better than Halloween 78.
I don't know if I can agree with that personally, but
what one's the one that was completely off subject with a mask? Was that 3? Right.
Halloween 3,
like that, but not as part of the
contract.
That's my favourite one with the TV.
Yeah.
Cult following that one, yeah, definitely.
That's my favourite actually.
I think I'd prefer like the original.
They were going to go in a different direction after 2. They were going to do almost like every year, like an anthology film, just
like creep show sort of
themed
thing.
around Halloween.
Yeah.
But everybody kicked off and they wanted Michael Myers back, didn't they? So
Most people hate 3, and I don't get it. I quite like. I think if they released that as a movie on its own, not linked, it would have done much better because it's a decent film.
Yeah, James is in there again.
Carlos is replying there about the Hills of Ice Part 2. He must be a dog lover.
All right, well, I think I need to watch that. I'm a dog lover. I don't remember it.
Keep off the moors.
Off the moors.
I have recovered now. Shocker, that's a good film.
Is that the one about the electric chair? I always remember the cover of that in the video store as a kid. Always intrigued me.
Me too, yeah.
What I didn't realise until recently is that the guy who played the villain in Shocker is the guy from X-Files, you know, the boss.
Mitch Pileggi
Mitch Pileggi or whatever it's called, yeah.
So what is the worst horror franchise?
I know someone's going to pick my favourite for this.
The worst horror franchise is The Reanimator, which is...
That is a controversial opinion.
Oh, Leprechaun.
Oh, yeah, that is it. Yeah, definitely.
There's
so many shit ones.
The thing is, it's difficult to say because if I don't like them, I won't watch them. So it's hard to kind of like say.
Yeah, I'm the same. I can't say Saw because I know you love it because I haven't seen them all. I've only seen the first 2.
But I admit,
I'm not keen on that franchise, but I haven't seen many of them.
Yeah,
I got offered to watch the Gingerweed Man or something. the full moon.
Oh, dear me.
Ones, and like there's a whole bunch of these ginger or evil bong. I'm like, no.
Oh,
I can't be bothered to watch that. So I was like,
I remember reviewing on my channel probably about 3 or 4 years ago, and I'll have a look for it so if I can find it. I don't even remember the name of it. It was abysmal beyond belief, and I've had a few people comment on that video since saying, "No, you just don't understand the franchise." And I'm just thinking, who could understand that franchise?
You don't like it. You don't like it. No, what about you, Alan?
I'm not too keen on the you know that one, the telephone one. It's a happy Death Day. They made 2, haven't they?
I don't like that either. And everyone
else
they
keep repeating it over and over and over again. Yeah, I wasn't too keen on that.
No, I didn't.
And I'm not really keen on the Paranormal Activity franchise. You know,
oh my god,
I'm not a big fan of found footage. You know, so
me and Oren love it.
Yeah. Can't get into it at all. There's something about them running where, you know, the monster's there and somebody's still holding the camera and everything's jerking around and that. Yeah, can't get into it at all. No.
I get that.
Yeah.
I like the first one, don't like the rest. Yeah.
No.
I found that film, Revenge of Robert.
Oh, I know, yeah. That's an Andrew
Red
Jones film, I believe.
Never heard
I watched that. It was like absolutely abysmal beyond belief, and I think I didn't even know it was a franchise when I watched it.
Yeah, he made about 5 now. Robert the Doll. I only liked the first 2.
Right, yes.
After that, they went downhill.
Shall I give you a little bit of tea, a little bit of inside scoop about the film industry? So it's not specifically about that film, but I got talking to a low budget filmmaker in the vein of those films. I won't say who or what film, but I always thought when they make these really low budget, like Robert films, but those kind of things, it devalues. I think the problem is they put them out on DVD and it's got a cool cover on it, and people go, "Oh, I'll take a chance on that," and then they buy it. And it's crap, and then I'm not doing that again. And I got in a bit of an argument with a director of one of these type of films, right?
I'm still listening. 2 minutes.
And they basically admitted to me, right, that they filmed 2 separate films with the same cast, same location, in one weekend, and with a budget of £5,000 for the 2 films, right? And it was just like knock them out, to kind of get them out, you know, quickly, essentially, to make a little bit of money on each of these films. And I sort of said, why don't you just take your time and make a better film? I mean, surely you're going to kind of like
that's not the point.
Grow as a filmmaker if you kind of put out good work. But the kind of the MO, so to speak, is just to make these real cheap films quickly, stick them out with a good cover. People buy them, and they make a little bit of money.
They'll not
On
watch your work
film.
again, will they?
Oh, where's Matt gone? He's disappeared.
What?
I think he's turned his camera off, maybe,
Right.
for a minute.
All right, fair enough. Yeah, that was just a little bit of an inside skit that I was having with a particular filmmaker. Right.
Mr. Jamie Powell's in the comments.
Right, we're way behind in the comments. Let me just. Worst horror franchise is probably the but that's
It's up there.
that's a little bit of a caveat with that one because the Amityville is a public domain place. It's a real place in America.
Yeah.
So anyone can make a film and call it Amityville something.
Why would you now?
So a lot of those films are not actually officially part of the Amityville proper series of films.
Yeah.
They're just kind of like,
I'm waiting for the next low budget film. It'll be called The Amityville Shark, and it'll have Bruce Willis in it. And then my life is complete.
There is one. I'm pretty sure called The Amityville Shark.
See, I really like the Amityville remake.
So do I.
Yeah, I preferred that to the old one. I didn't like
You mean the one with Ryan Reynolds?
I didn't like
Exactly.
the 1979
And I was a massive. I mean, I've always been a Ryan Reynolds kind of fan, but I was a super fan of his, but I didn't realize kind of how sort of niche he was. He was big, but he was everyone was just growing out. It was just like teenage boys and men in their early 20s liked Ryan Reynolds, and then he came in. He's just a dad, and they made him like this kind of killer, and it was so sort of
spoiler alert.
If you haven't seen it by now, you shouldn't be watching a movie stream, should you?
Well, to be honest, he's always been great. He was the best thing in Blade 3, wasn't he? Let's be fair.
Oh my god, yeah.
Here's an unpopular opinion. I quite like Blade 3.
I don't hate it, but he's easily the best thing in it, Ryan Reynolds, and he shouldn't be.
I remember nothing about it.
Was it like?
I like the female vampire in that. Danica, I think the character's name is Posey Parker. I want to say there was the actress.
Yeah, Parker Posey.
Parker Posey.
That's a prime example, that film, of we've made two really interesting movies. Yeah, like I really, really like the second film. Yeah, the first film's like obviously genre defining in the superhero sort of space. The third film is like, we'll just spend like 20 quid on this, get some up and coming. Like what did they? Was it digital? Would they film the original two on film and then put the third one on digital? It feels like it's made like a straight to DVD sort of type movie. That's the feel that it has.
It's not brilliant. I think the other two are better, but
it's got Triple H in there, isn't it?
Sorry?
As soon as you start putting well-known wrestlers into a film, that's basically like the death fucking cry, isn't it? It's like like the final coughs of any franchise. So when you've got a big wrestler in there, apart from The Rock.
So
I'm glad you said that.
Yeah.
Alan, that sounds like a film for you. Amityville Gas Chamber.
Oh yeah,
no.
Is this a real movie? Because there's been loads, hasn't there? What they're doing with them, they're making the Amityville like items from the house. They're sort of like straying away from the original story, aren't they? More and more.
Yeah,
like
it's just a name now, isn't it?
Because they can.
Yeah.
Well, I think that probably feeds into another very unpopular opinion with certain people that basically psychics take advantage of these kind of situations. Like the Amityville's got like an element that it's a thing, isn't it? It's a real thing, right? Yeah. Which is them being sort of abused. Like there was a family involved in that house or whatever happened originally over there. So I can't remember I was really into it, but this is it. And now like psychics are like, oh, this toothpick that was on the door at the Amityville house, or there's an empty condom wrapper I found in the back garden.
Amityville condom coming 2023. It's going to happen. Don't give them ideas.
Funnily enough, I used to be me and my wife used to be a big fan of Most Haunted.
Oh, I love that show.
Everyone's a fan of that shit.
And Derek when Derek Okora did it.
Mary loved it.
We went to see Derek Okora live in Blackpool, and honestly, he was absolute shite.
Yeah,
honestly, it was really terrible. I mean, I don't think he could tell you what colour shoes he had on. Never mind making a reading of anybody in the audience. He was really bad.
Do you know what? When I was about 18, maybe I think I was about 18, right? So I'm a professional salesperson, right? and which isn't always the best thing to think. But just bear with me for a second. And I got really, really pissed, and I decided to pretend that I was a psychic in the smoking area of a place in Norfolk, right? And I did basically I have no idea what psychics do. I have no idea about cold readings or any of that stuff. But I had a go at doing a cold reading and got about 90% of the shit that I was saying to these people right, to the point where this Blake was losing his shit, and I was like, "You're cheating on your girlfriend." And he was like, "Fuck off, mate." Fuck. It got out of hand really, really quickly. But I was like,
you abused your power.
You can just be judgmental. If you're judgmental enough, you can get most things right. It's awful.
They always say things that can apply to anyone if you want it to.
Exactly.
So yeah.
Yeah.
Right. Who is? Let's have another opinion. Who hasn't had one yet?
Oh, it's a good horror.
Cannibal Holocaust's a good one to talk about when you're talking about controversial opinions.
Yeah.
How do you feel about the fact there was real animal cruelty in that? Apparently, there's a cut version that doesn't have the animal stuff in.
I think most versions don't have the animal stuff in. Do you know?
But does that stop it from having happened?
When I was a kid.
No, exactly. I struggle with that one because I did this thing a few years ago where I had to watch. Well, I agreed to watch like every movie on the BBFC bans list, and that one was on it. And the thing is, it's a good movie. I just really struggled with those particular scenes, but yeah, some people think, oh well, they were going to kill the things anyway, but I struggled knowing it was real, and it was really happening.
Which is good, and that's exactly why horror films shouldn't be banned, because everyone who watches horror films, as soon as they find out that shit's like that's a thing, nobody takes any pleasure in it.
No.
Has anyone else got an opinion that they would like to share that is not popular?
I've got one.
Go on
then. Martin Scorsese is overrated.
Give me some of his movies, Aaron, so that we can crap with directors.
Raging Bull, right. The Godfathers.
Okay. Right.
No, not the Godfathers. Sorry, that was Francis Ford Coppola. Goodfellas. The only film I can honestly say hand on heart that I really enjoy of Martin Scorsese is The Wolf of Wall Street.
Oh, it's amazing.
That either. I can't watch anything about gangsters. It just bores me to tears.
No, that's partly the reason I think he's overrated, because I'm very similar to you, really. So I'm not a fan of gangster films.
So Martin Scorsese, when one of his films is being released, I mean, there's stuff there which I'm not fussed about, but like The Departed is like literally one of my all-time favorite films. Wolf of Wall Street's just absolutely, in my opinion, one of the funniest films ever made. It's just like,
that's why I like it, because it's funny.
Yeah. And then Shutter Island, I
like that.
I was so excited when Shutter Island was coming out, and then I sat down and I watched it. I was just like, it felt like my mind had been blown.
Did you not like it?
I loved it. No.
Right,
as in, mind was blown in a good way. Like, it was just like the idea. I'm not going to do a spoiler alert, but the whole, it's like that perceived idea of reality and stuff is just I mean, Martin Scorsese takes other people's stories effectively for the most part, puts them on screen, but just.
How about this one then? What do you guys think of this? This I think will be. I might be the only one that thinks this. Paying to meet a celebrity is not really meeting them.
Agreed.
Yeah.
Say that again, Leo.
Paying to meet a celebrity is not really meeting them, in my opinion.
Yeah, but I have an opinion on that one. As a person that's hideously socially awkward, I run away from people that are famous that I really want to meet if they're just out and about, because I don't want to bother them. I think, oh shit, what if they're really rude and this person I've loved my entire life is just having a bad day? So I'm really happy to pay to meet someone just to have met. That sounds ridiculous, but I mean, Billy Connolly for me, he's been my hero my entire life. And I met him outside after one of the gigs, and it wasn't a paid thing, and he was lovely. But on the other hand, I've met people from bands, and they've been arseholes, and it's completely put me off the band for life. So I like having meet and greets so you can meet them, but don't feel that they're pressured into, you know what I mean? You know, it must be shit, pardon my language, sitting down and having your dinner or walking up the street and you're just constantly, can I have a photograph? Can I have an autograph? You know what I mean? It just must be a pain.
They probably,
That's what I
agree. You're probably right. But if you're entering in a career which is in the public eye, that's the trade-off, isn't it? You know, you're getting paid. You're getting paid. You know, a lot of money. The trade-off is you're going to have. I mean, ultimately, if you're a celebrity, I understand that there's going to be occasions which are annoying. And I think a lot of it is down to how people approach them. But you know, you're almost waiving your right to anonymity if you pursue a career which is, you know, in the public eye, and certainly within entertainment. But you know, I mean, I'll clarify. I know, technically speaking, you have met that person, so I understand that if you've paid to meet someone, you have actually met them. I'm not saying that is the case. For me, a real meeting is where you would just kind of come across someone.
It's organic, yeah.
You know, and like I used to work in a pub once upon a time, and Julie Dench was a regular. She used to come in for lunch, and I cooked for her a few times. So although I was working, so I never was really making a pest of myself. But to me, like, I don't know, it just seems like it's a laborious kind of
But I think if you really, really love or you want to meet people, celebrities, there are other ways to do it without paying for it, which definitely
you could stalk them.
Well, you can do that. That's probably not the best thing. What you could do is start up your own YouTube channel called Geek Legion of Doom. Somehow manage to argue your way onto like these things where you get to meet people. Look, like, I don't have a video of it or footage of it, but Michael Bean is like my, you know, outside of the big Arnold Schwarzenegger, Stallone, who I've met Stallone actually, and Bruce Willis and whatever, is probably my favorite action hero, right? And by the stuff that we used to do in the Geek Legion Doom when we first started up, I got to meet him properly, and it wasn't on video, and he is the best guy, right? So cool, like.
But what if he wasn't? What if he was an arsehole? How would you?
Well, the thing was, it wasn't forced. So he didn't need. I didn't pay. He came to us, yeah, because he saw that we were filming, and it was slightly after. Who's the guy that we did from Mad Max 2?
Vernon Wells.
Vernon Wells.
It's something very amusing on a video and somewhat controversial.
Yeah. Oh my god. That awesome guy. Really old, right? Awesome. He took to me, and like me and him, Vernon Wells got on great. The guy who was running our camera at the time, he was just like bullying him for whatever reason. It was hilarious. He deserved good bullying. So I don't frequent bullying, by the way. But Michael Bean, just he strolled over and he was like, "All right, mate, how you doing?" Or in an American accent. I was like, "Yeah, I guess I love you, man." Like, you know, Terminator, Aliens, with a bomb,
Navy SEALs.
Yeah. Do you know, I lost my shit at that point. In fact, Bill Paxton would probably be the only person that I'd have shit myself more if I'd, and obviously that's not going to happen now, unfortunately.
That's an interesting question. Who would everyone's like holy grail to meet? Who would it be?
Well, I met Stallone. Stallone hugged me and gave me a pat on the head.
That's pretty cool.
And I'm bigger than Stallone. I was big. I'm taller than he is.
Oh yeah, fuck off! Are you bigger than Stallone?
He's not that big. He's not that big. He's like he's 5'10". He's 5'10".
I thought you were talking about like.
Oh no, height wise, yeah. So even muscular. He's lean, isn't he? He's really lean. So I was fatter than him.
You weighed more. That was not the correct.
No, I was talking about height. So I was expecting him to be taller, right? Because you hear like stuff, but like he's not taller than me. So he was coming through. So I went to the Rocky Balboa premiere. So I got invited. It was quite interesting because I was on the red carpet and I don't know, some boxers in front of me. But anyway, we got to do all the cool stuff, and then I met him afterwards, and then we went in and he was like dancing, and he came up. He was like, "All right, where are you?"
You're
Adrian.
That's a different film, Matt.
Oh yeah.
I think you've got confused there. Right, let me just go through some of these comments. We're way behind, so I'm just going to whip through these quickly so we catch up. Dutch Film Buff doesn't like Midsummer because it's a rip-off of The Wicker Man. Fair.
Yeah,
It
I
has a
agree with
similar
that.
feel to it.
Not a fan either. The Horror Nerd liked it. Hospital. I'm sure it was 2013. But
Yeah, I
It
think
is.
that was
It is.
the guy that said he has a link to it. I'm sure.
Found the Omen's
Right.
scarier than The Exorcist.
Mm.
My mum went and saw The Exorcist when she was pregnant with me. She said she nearly gave birth.
Yeah, that's a pretty.
I actually think The Exorcist 3 is scarier than The Exorcist.
I haven't seen that one.
Oh, it's really good, Exorcist.
Is it? All right.
It's
I'll
got
check
some
that.
good scenes. The Brad Dourif scene's good.
Oh, he's fabulous. He's absolutely fantastic in that.
God, this is how far back we are. Beaker's Mouth. Anyone remember the cringe fest set scene in Life Loves of the She
Not seen
Devil?
that
Yes, that was like
Nobody
a
needs
British
to
TV
see
show,
Tom
wasn't it?
Baker
Like
doing
miniseries.
that. No.
Is that Tom Baker, as in Tom Baker Doctor Who?
Yeah. Nobody needs to see that.
I am watching
No.
it tonight.
Here's one for you, Aaron.
Oh, yes.
He has.
Brilliant.
Very good.
Brilliant. Have you watched it yet, Leo? Because you've got it.
I bought it on Blu-ray, but I haven't watched
Yeah,
it.
you got it on Region 1, didn't you? You must
Yeah.
watch it. For me, it's really, really excellent.
Yeah,
It really, really affecting, I thought. Gets under your skin.
Very good.
Maybe it is 2015. I could be wrong.
What
It's
about
not- It's 2013 on IMDb, because when I was researching it when you listed it, Leo, that's where I found it.
All right.
So it is listed as 2013.
I thought it was. But honestly, anyone who wants to see what I consider the worst film I've ever seen, it's that. And
August
by a
Underground.
margin.
I've never heard of that.
What the issue? Have you seen it?
Oh, I thought you were talking about August Underground. That the comment just come up. Oh dear, Davian. No. The bees.
What about, okay, if we're talking about unnecessary sex sequences again quickly, what about Layer of the White Worm or whatever it was called, Leo?
Oh, I've only seen
like
that
that.
one.
I like that.
years
I know you
ago.
do. Did you feel that had
what was the name?
Amanda? Yeah, what's her name? She was like a proper
Hugh Grant
girl at the time, wasn't it?
I can't remember the woman's name.
Layer of the White Worm is 88.
Is that Michael Winner that directed that?
Amanda
Yeah.
Donohoe. Yeah.
That's right. Yeah.
Oh, of course.
I
it
well
was, yeah.
fancied her in that.
Everyone fancied her. So
Someone else that thinks that Midsummer was like Wicker Man. You've been sent a link to Hospital, Leo.
All right. I better not share that because that would probably be technically piracy. So I will send it to in private. I won't share that.
hang on. So Layer of the White Worm, did it have unnecessary sexy?
What is that?
It's a vampire film.
She's
It's a British
yes.
film. It's got Hugh Grant in quite an early role.
Right.
He's the main sort of male character.
And for a lot of us, like in 1988, it was our first brush with boobs.
When you say
Mine-
brush, anyway, moving on.
I mean, like watched, accidentally come downstairs. Your older brother's watching it.
Trances.
The trances, I quite like
Oh,
trances.
I've
So
never.
I remember going to the cinema to see the first Trances. It was a double bill with Ghoulies. Do you remember the Ghoulies?
Oh God, that's the
Is that
thing
in
I
the
hate.
toilets?
Horrors with little, apart from Gremlins, horrors with like ghoulies and critters and all that stuff.
I
Can't be
like
doing that.
Critters
I
1
like
and
it.
2 I like.
So did you not like Gremlins then?
I did like Grass. Said apart from Gremlins is the only one I like. The rest I don't at all.
Which I think Gremlins is a masterpiece. The
Oh
first
dear
Gremlins.
me! Look at that comment. Really?
What was that?
Bambi goes crazy, ate bonkers, and has drooling sex.
No.
Is somebody trying to pitch us a movie? Or did somebody
Yeah,
else
his
make it?
name is a colleague of mine, an ex-colleague of mine.
Oh, James, right, yeah. The wish. Was he saying something about share in the sequel?
I don't know if I've seen any of the Human Centipedes, to be honest.
I quite
Don't
like
want
them.
to, trust me. Oh,
I saw it. They're all right.
Jamie, how you doing? If you're still here, it's been a while. We're a bit behind on
He just asked which film you're excited to see next.
Oh, I'm way up, still way up the list.
No, it's on that one you just skimmed past.
How was it? Oh shit! Sorry, Jamie. Which film am I most excited to see next? Any of you guys got any?
I haven't seen Nope yet. I really want to see it.
Yeah, Nope. Yeah, Nope's on my list to watch. Yeah, I've just watched that Elvis, and I really enjoyed that.
That weird comment from Darren was about the young ones, by the way.
They're making a new Salem's Lot, aren't they, as well?
Yeah, looking forward to that. Yeah,
new Salem's Lot. Yeah.
Anything.
And they're redoing The Exorcist as well, aren't they?
Oh, I believe so. Yeah.
And the new Exorcist is going to be very similar to the 2018 Halloween. It's like a continuation from the first film.
Oh.
So they're bringing back the cast from the first film again, I think. So it's going to be like bringing back the legacy characters for the next Exorcist. So.
I thought that they all died because the set was like cursed or something.
Did any of you guys see the Exorcist TV show that came on for 2 seasons?
Oh God, yes, I did.
It was very good. Certainly the first season, I thought.
I was too scared. But
that was a continuation.
There's a shark film called Man Eater that I'm looking forward to watching later on this month.
I think what makes The Exorcist, the 1973, particularly scary, it was actually based on a case from 1949, wasn't it? But it wasn't a girl; it was a boy. It
was a boy. Yeah.
That added that element of
Evil bong.
Evil bong. Is that just like a rip-off? Is that like a unofficial sequel to Pick of Destiny?
No, it's like Full Moon. They're like obsessed with like weed, like marijuana-based horror films.
Never seen it.
Doggy Dog. He's got a lot to answer for, isn't he?
You know, and I'm not really into the drug scene, so I don't know. It's not something I want to really watch, to be honest. As you well know, Matt. Puppet Master franchise is underrated. They used to be quite good. I think they've dropped the ball somewhat.
I saw a couple of them when I was younger, but I haven't watched them for years and years.
I prefer Demonic Toys personally. Puppet ones. They did a Blade film, which was a character from Puppet Master, which was quite good. I think it's about 12 films of Puppet Master. Hey, Jamie. Right. Just watched 1313 horror films from David Duchovny. Yeah, I don't know if this guy is familiar to any of you.
No.
He is a very prolific B movie. He did Leeches.
All right, yes.
He's done these films, right? And he used to be a director of gay porn, and all of his films just have like a ton of like semi-naked blokes in, and it's like, you know,
what's his name again?
David Duchovny. And but all his films is like he has the same plot in practically every film. Look, you can call it a plot. Yes, it's occasionally he does. He did Shrieker, which I didn't mind. Anyway,
it can't be as bad as that U-Bowl guy, though, right?
See, I don't mind some of his films. I'll be honest.
One decent. Did he? He got like. Oh no! Did he do like a Dungeons and Dragons film?
He did Dungeon Siege.
Oh, it's a video game, wasn't it? Yeah.
Yeah.
Which that's all he does is video game.
He does. That's right. He did a Vietnam film I quite like called Tunnel Rats. He did the House of the Dead, first one.
I mean, how the hell? Like U-Bowl is known for like being university shit, but it's great license.
I mean, he even got Ben Kingsley in one of his films, didn't he? How the hell did he manage that?
Drugs.
He did the Blood Rain films with Christina Loken.
I don't think I've seen any of these. I've considered watching one or two to do a dumpster fire review.
You know what, Aaron? You like a lot of video game movies, and funny enough, I was going to pick some of these up for you because they're like real cheap ones. I think he did Far Cry. I want to say.
What U-Bowl did?
Yeah.
Which is ironic, really, because the Far Cry direction in the actual video game of the characters, especially Far Cry 4 has particularly good sort of direction. So the fact that they've gone from that to put Uwe Boll to do the live action just seems
that Mamma Mia comment there has just given me shivers.
That's hilarious.
Yeah.
Because I went to the cinema to see Mamma Mia under protest.
No.
I know I didn't want to. It's because my wife agreed to come and see The Dark Knight with me the week before. But she said, I'll come and watch that with you if you'll come and see Mamma Mia with me. So I had to. And it scarred me in the cinema because there were people singing and dancing around me.
But
and then James Bond started singing. I was like, what's going on with my life?
See, Pierce Brosnan is allowed to be a bad singer. When you're that handsome as a mature man, you can be a terrible singer, I think.
Oh, but that film's awful. Terrible.
That's a compliment, isn't it? Really?
Yeah, Child's Play movies, Carlos, the first one's really good, but the rest are just disappointing.
Yeah.
There was a controversy with the third one, and we all from obviously people from the outside of the UK may not know that was blamed for a
Vulture, wasn't it?
Oh yeah,
for a child,
Jamie Bolger.
Yeah,
that's awful.
Oh,
that's horrific.
Yeah.
Horrific.
Yeah.
What
did people think of the new Child's Play?
Say again.
What did people think of the new Child's Play with the one that Mark Hamill had voiced?
I didn't like that at all. I don't like anything after the first movie. I like the original concept, but then I just think they got silly with it. Some of the follow-ups were funny, but no, not like a serious movie.
The problem with all these things, just
anyone seen the British horror sci-fi movie Zitro from the 80s as a teen watching? Then he was like, "What the fuck?"
Yes,
I actually remember the second one more than the first one, to be honest.
That's on the BBFC list.
But not much.
No, what happened at the end? You can give us the who wrote that comment.
Carlos,
tell us what happened at the end.
Live phone.
Carlos, tell us what happened at the end. Wasn't
spoilers?
Spoiler. I want a spoiler. It's 1982 or something. Give that.
Right.
What?
There you go.
There's people getting shot at the end of Extra. I don't remember.
I've seen it and I've forgotten. I just remember the title from when I watched that entire list.
There was a film from Ghana, 2006. Not familiar.
No, I think we're getting some illegal weird shit now.
Scorsese overrated? What?
Yeah, I agree with Dutch film buff.
I would agree. I think Apocalypse Now is overrated.
That's on my
Francis Ford Coppola, though.
Yeah, 10 movies that I haven't seen that I really should have done. That one's on the list.
I love Apocalypse. I don't love. Nobody loves Apocalypse Now. Shut up, Meg.
No.
No, I like Apocalypse Now. It's just amazing movie with great acting. Bloody
Evening, Pete. Right.
Good evening. What?
Salt
Suffocating.
King, maybe?
Is he talking about stalking?
Oh, right. Yes, you're right. Yeah, when we were talking about celebrities.
I like to get the old comments going with a controversial opinion.
Well, that was certainly a controversial one. I think we nearly caught up with the comments, so let's have anyone else, one of our opinions. Anyone else want to offer one?
I've got one, but I'm ashamed to admit it. I hate Pulp Fiction. I've tried. Who was it that said they watched the same movie like 3 or 4 times to try and make themselves appreciate it? I walked out of the cinema during Pulp Fiction. I've watched it. I know. Yeah. I'm aware, and I want to like it, but I like
Pulp Fiction, but I don't think it's anywhere near his best film. I think his 3 best films are Inglourious Bastards, Django Unchained, and The Hateful Eight. Then 3 films back to back, I think, are his.
I love Tarantino. That's the disappointing thing. I love him, but
I think it's his most Tarantino film, if that makes sense.
I don't know why. The bit in the car with the gun that goes off accidentally, I love, but that's the only part that ever sticks with me. But Don't
Not
like
the
it.
Bruce Willis bits and the gimp.
I was going to say that was the point.
Went into the popular culture lexicon.
I need to watch it again. I've
my
watched
God.
it 4 times and I still don't like it. There's something wrong with me.
That's his best film, if you ask me.
Yeah,
I know people love it, but I need to watch it again. I'm ashamed of myself. I really am.
No, you know,
it's good to have. Yeah,
I think it's the way. I think it's the way he structured it that puts a lot of people off.
I don't know what it is.
It's kind of all over the place, isn't it? Until it all kind of comes together. But I really love it. But I just don't think it's his best film. Like I said, the 3 I've mentioned, I prefer.
Say again?
Pardon?
The Tim Roth scenes at the end, I think, are boring.
I don't even remember.
I do find
Dogs and True Romance are my
where they're in the restaurant, you know, and he's getting held. They're getting held up. I think Amanda
crazy motherfuckers. Blah blah blah. No, Tim Roth. Tim Roth. I love Tim Roth, but like he is like an intense actor. He's put into his films because he's so British and intense that American audiences just shit their pants. But outside of that, as a British person, I'm like, Tim Roth, he wouldn't survive 30 seconds like down a local pub. So, but that era of movies is the one where I used to say that anything with oh shit, I've completely forgotten his name. I've drunk too much wine already. I'll come back to that in a second.
Hi, Shah. Holocaust director arrested. Oh, well, how about this then? I mean, slightly off topic. What are your thoughts on like the Jeepers Creepers films with obviously the situation with the directors?
Oh,
would you? Like, I mean,
no.
Hang on, situation with the directors. What? Tell me.
It's
controversial.
He was. Has he been? Wasn't he convicted for indecency towards children or something?
Yeah.
I don't know the specifics of it, but basically, it was some sort of kiddie fiddler.
It's one of these things. Like one half of you says, "Don't watch it" because of that, but the other half says, "Think of everyone else involved in it, the actors, all of the crew."
Yeah.
So.
I know what you mean. I will still watch it, but it isn't comfortable when you actually think about it.
How? All right. So I had this experience a little while ago.
I'm curious to know who this was about.
Couple of years ago, it was Leo. No, I went into I was in Portsmouth. I went into like Coach, I think the handbag shop. It might not have been Coach, just in case there's a legal thing on me around it. But I went into a handbag shop and they were playing Michael Jackson. And I was just like, fuck this place. I'm out, right? And I've never really had an opinion about, like, you know, Michael, I didn't know if it's true, I didn't know if it's false, like, blah, blah, blah.
Didn't Michael Jackson get cleared?
Yeah, mate, he paid them all off, didn't he? You pay off enough people. It's like, how much?
Like, you know, after he died, I'm sure they kind of like,
well, you know,
it was like, legally speaking.
There were a couple of people that went on film, but there's no way of sort of proving or disproving, is there? Yeah.
Yeah, but everyone that's ever gone on film, there's been some other evidence that's debunked their evidence, and you know, we'll never really know the truth, and that's that thing. So I'm one of these that until someone's convicted, I won't judge. So much like that's why I won't judge Kevin Spacey yet until. If he's convicted of something, then so be it. But at the minute, he hasn't been convicted of anything.
Please don't take the usual suspects away from me, please.
No.
Exactly. To make you feel a little bit better about Kevin Spacey, because I know I met somebody quite recently who worked with Kevin Spacey through his entire period, a woman, during when he's been accused.
It's not into women,
though. Problem for him, is it?
No, well, no. But she was there. They went out partying constantly. She said he was an absolutely adorable, lovely person. Make of that what you will, and that's not my opinion. That's of somebody.
Wait until they're convicted.
I will send you this, and then you can experience this. And Alan, I'll send you it if you want as well.
Oh, I can't wait to see the review. Can't wait.
Yeah, honestly, it will be the most amusing review.
Yep, cannot wait.
Psycho Gorman, I think that's overrated. How about that?
Oh no, it's so good.
I don't think I've seen that, to be fair.
I haven't seen that one. No.
You can imagine, right? The guy who's inventing the name for that film, he's having a shit on the toilet. It's like, I need a good name for this film. Oh my God, come on!
It's kind of like a James Gunn film in a way.
It's just like, it's so visceral, the name. It's just like,
yeah. He probably sounds like the kind of director that's
trying to be
constipated a lot as
quirky
well.
for quirky's sake, if you ask me. Psycho Gum. I mean, it has some funny elements.
is
But
it?
it's
Is
one
it?
of the most unlikable,
Oh, I have
child
seen it.
actors.
It's just really
I have
silly.
seen it.
Daft.
I think
I have
I might have
seen
seen it as well.
Yeah. It was brilliant, yeah.
Is it?
That was a South African thing. Yeah, it was very good.
Is it South African?
Is it funny?
Yeah.
Is it? Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I remember this. I started watching some of it, and I was like, because he's an alien that's controlled by kids, right?
Yes.
And he's supposed to be a killing monster. Yeah, okay, I remember it now. Yeah.
There's some good
And
bits
at
in it.
the end,
Hunky Boy scene, for example.
What's
I
that?
don't like Hunky Boys or whatever it was. Right.
No.
But, yeah,
The thing is, I think I watch that many films now and review them, you forget. Sometimes
Yeah.
you just kind of file them in your brain somewhere, and then you forget.
You lot get this. People ask me like plot specific questions about films that I've reviewed 2 years ago, and I'm like,
You forget. Yeah.
I can't remember.
Christ,
Yeah.
no chance of answering this one.
Yeah, people are always putting stuff in my comment section, maybe from a film that I reviewed 3 years ago, and then they'll ask me a specific question about it. I'm like, not a clue, can't remember.
You need a letterbox, Aaron. I need
I know.
letterbox to actually
too organised
remind
for me,
if
though.
I've seen something. I have to look it up and say, well, have I seen this before I watch things? Because my memory's that bad.
Bot Boy.
Is
Is that one of yours? That's one of your favourites, isn't it, Matt?
It doesn't sound like a film I'm interested in watching. That one, I'll be honest.
But so there's been this sort of like shift where who's the guy who does all that sort of 80s electro music stuff, and he's done the OST to a few films.
It's not Jean-Michel Jarre.
No, Leo. No, there's that on. They had
Hans Zimmer.
There's a horror channel, not horror channel exclusive. What's the horror channel pay-per-view?
Carpenter Brute you're talking about?
Yeah, that's it. Yeah. So there's a load of he's done a few films and like well done, mate, and a few music videos. I'm just so I think they're kind of shit. I mean, the special effects are kind of okay, but the music's so engrossing that it just makes it all kind of.
If you like synthwave, I don't know if that's a thing anyone.
Yeah, synthwave. Yeah, right, it is. Yeah,
but
I love it.
Yeah, if you YouTube Carpenter Brute, and it's got like this kind of like
he's amazing
synthy music. It's brilliant, really brilliant. And what's the other one? Which is quite similar. They did Turbo Kid.
Turbo Kid. Yeah, that's what I was thinking of. Which is a great film. It's so fun. It's brilliant. But that Carpenter Brute stuff. He is just the shit.
Have either of you, any of you guys seen Turbo Kid?
Don't think so.
There's a recommendation.
It is really good.
I can't remember. I know it's one of your favourites. I'm not sure if I've seen that one or not.
You must have. It was like it's like a post-apocalyptic movie that was like made in the
BMX Boys meets Mad Max.
It's a modern film.
Yeah,
it's brilliant.
No,
very gory, but
really good.
Gory.
No.
Oops.
It's so much fun. I love it. Yeah, it's one of my favourites. I haven't.
My film of the year of 2015.
I have seen it. Yeah, it's 4 years ago when I reviewed it though, so I can't remember which. Is that the one where he's got like this rollerblading girlfriend or something?
Well, he's got BMX. Everyone rides around with BMXs, and he's got this android girlfriend called Apple.
Yeah,
Canadian.
I have seen it.
Hollywood is running out of ideas. Remakes, prequels, years later, and superhero movies galore. I have to admit, I'm a big Marvel fan, but even I am kind of getting a little bit worn down by it.
It's too much.
But it goes with it's always been the same Hollywood, in the the 50s and stuff. It were all musicals and westerns. I mean, look how long you ran with westerns in Hollywood. I mean, decades, didn't they? So it always goes with themes.
Well, now you've upset Carlos. Talking about westerns.
No, I think it's a good thing. I love westerns, but what I'm saying is they went with trends. I mean, they started losing the popularity of westerns in the 80s, really, didn't they? But still carried on making them.
Well, the only person who can do a western now is Quentin Tarantino, right? It's the only one you can get like the back. Just quickly onto that Marvel thing. You know me, Leo, massive Marvel fan. Clearly, some stuff going on here. Man, how long did it take them to get like an Asian, like, you know, or a couple of Asian superheroes? You know, Miss Marvel. I'm so bored of it. Like the whole Marvel thing, and now they're doing something which could represent maybe my kids or whatever, and I can't be asked. And I've watched a couple of episodes, and it's great. It's really interesting. It's a really fun take on it.
It's quite young. That skews quite young, if you ask me. That one.
I know, but like I thought, I'm just so burned out.
I don't watch the Marvel TV shows because I just think they're massively oversaturating the market. So I don't watch the TV shows. Subs.
Yeah. Spacey, Baby Driver, his last film, amazing. Yeah, that was good.
Turns him into a walrus.
That's that Kevin Smith film.
Kevin Spacey.
Yeah.
Tusk, isn't it? Yeah.
Tusk, that's it. Yeah.
Oh,
Tusk from Jeepers Creepers is in that, isn't
there? Right. I wish Hollywood would make a movie about the Night Land William Hope Hodgson. Lately, I've been reading a book about watching a lot of bad horror movies coming out.
Who's William Hope Hodgson?
I'm not sure, if I'm honest. I was hoping one of you would go, oh, yeah.
Hang on. What was that Kevin Smith comment? Go back. He couldn't decide what he wants with film.
Yeah. I haven't watched it, if I'm completely honest with you.
I think
Kevin
Smith has lost all credibility, I think, these days.
You're going to say it. I love the He-Man thing.
God, I think you're probably the only one then, aren't you?
I am. I sound like everyone thinks I'm a far left, terrorist or something at this point, just because I like that film. I thought it was cool. But even my son, my 8-year-old son, was like, "It's not much He-Man in this." When we got to the end of it, I was like, "Fuck you!" No, I didn't say that to him.
But that's kind of like a.
And your opinion matters.
There's a second animated series which is aimed at a younger audience. I've forgotten what it's called.
Yeah, Roman loves it. He said it's better. In fact, he said that She-Ra, like Roman watched all the way through She-Ra, and he said it was much better. He said, "Why isn't there more He-Man in this film, Dad?" And he's a bit young for it anyway. And he was like, "We've already got She-Ra." Like, he couldn't really understand why we've got She-Ra, and then Teela is like taking it forwards. And I was like, dude, okay, it's just like mixing it up a bit. Honestly, like I was like, your comments are very similar to a lot of the internet, and like, but when he's not judging it by anything else. I was like, maybe there is something.
Well, you can't call a cartoon bloody He-Man and not put him in the sodding thing.
It was called Master of the Universe, wasn't it? It's not actually called He-Man. It's called Master of the Universe, isn't it?
Oh, Carlos! I don't think we can be friends. Why?
Ooh. I do like the remake. I do like it, but it's not as good as the original. I like it.
Literally my favorite film.
Yep.
I love the original. That's that era of just there was those few sort of like horror films that came out which were pretty decent budget with very pretty boys. Lost Boys was like around that sort of era, wasn't it? Just the old Fright Night was just the absolute shit.
Fright endlessly watched. What a soundtrack! What character! I do like the remake, but nowhere near as good as the.
As horror remakes go, it's one of the best, I think.
Oh, that is fighting talk, Carlos. Fighting talk.
And who do they cast as the main vampire? It's
Alan doesn't like the sequel either.
Oh, hated it. Absolutely hated it. The first one is fantastic. I didn't like the second one at all. No.
In my opinion, the second one is nearly as good.
I have seen the second one, but a long time ago.
You're getting a feeling that Leo has a bit of a thing for vampires.
Well, especially, I would say
Leo.
There's some bits of him in rubber outfits.
Leo,
rubber outfits.
Dracula.
Long hair.
Again?
Who's your favourite Dracula?
What's his name? Oh, he's Frank Langella.
Frank Langella. Mine's Christopher Lee. How about you guys? Favourite Dracula?
I like Udo Kier. I know it's a really weird choice, but I really like Udo Kier.
Probably Gary Oldman.
Mine's Kiefer Sutherland.
What was he, Dracula? No.
He wasn't, but he was a vampire. He might as well. He was basically Dracula.
George Hamilton played him in Love Affair Spike, didn't he? Comedy. Yeah.
Who was the actor that played Dracula in that BBC thing they did a couple of years ago? I thought he was very good.
It's got a really odd name, isn't it? I can't remember what it is.
He was in The Northman as well, wasn't he?
They ruined it when they went into the modern world thing, and I was just like, you lost me now. Yeah, but before that, it was quite cool. Yeah. Let's have a look.
I reviewed Postal, so I'm just going through some of these comments.
But he had
I'm with Lisa. There you go, Lisa. You got support. Pulp Fiction is overrated.
So few people say that. I'm like fully in the camp of it's my fault, but I just can't like it.
I know you're joking. I hope. There you go. So Lisa, you've got support here. All right. So
not much though. I think Humble Narrate is just trying to chat you up, actually, Lisa. To say anything at this point.
Tobin Bell makes the Saw films, and Dieter Laser was the only good thing in the Human Centipede 1 and 3. I think Robert Rodriguez makes better films than Tarantino.
It's right about Tobin Bell. Are they not supposed to be doing a prequel about Tobin Bell's character? There's going to be doing another one. I heard.
They need to leave it alone now.
Tobin Bell, surely. Unless he's kind of like, I don't know.
But they're supposed to be telling like his story before.
But with another actor.
I don't think so.
I tell you what, I watched recently that I filmed a review for that'll probably go up in, I don't know, soon, I suppose. The Firm, with Tom Cruise. Tobin Bell's in that.
I see.
He plays one of the villains in that, which I completely forgotten about.
He's got a great voice.
He's been in some shit though, Tobin Bell. I've seen a few B movies that he's been in.
He was in one recently. It was bloody awful. I don't know what it was, but I watched
it. Was it the one with Lynn Shay?
Was it what?
Was it the one with Lynn Shay where it's something to do with like a phone?
I think it was. I think it might well have been. Oh, it was awful. Apart from
he was phoning her coffin or something. Yeah, that wasn't very good.
Yeah.
What? He was doing what to her coffin?
Like Lynn Shay's dead, but they have a phone. He has a phone to his.
Right. I see. All right. Okay.
No smoking.
So was made in India, and I don't believe that any film could be a good adaptation. Was there singing in it? Was there a person?
No. Do you know what? It's a really good.
I've seen some Bollywood films. Take it from me, right, brother? Right. No.
There's one called
Steven adaptation coming out of India.
That's a good Indian film.
What
I
is
reviewed it. It was really good. And I was going to review one called Cannibal, which is an Indian film, but I was just too tired to read the subtitles.
When I used to run a cinema, we used to have a Bollywood. There's a big Asian community where my cinema was based. It was a 15-screen cinema, and we used to do a load of Bollywood stuff. And my dad used to make me watch Bollywood stuff and all that stuff when I was growing up. There's nothing that can make me feel good about anything that comes out of Bollywood. Maybe it's just forced on me a little bit, but I run it, I put it, people enjoy it, not me.
Inglourious Basterds didn't do much with Carlos. I haven't seen.
Agree. It's a bit boring.
Hateful Eight, to be fair. So
I liked it. Hateful Eight is great. It's so intense for all the right reasons. It's got one of those. It's got that really old sort of tense cowboy sort of feel to it. Yeah. But Inglourious Bastard, it's great, but it's not my favourite.
I like that one.
Amityville in Space. I think probably the amateur professional actor will probably review that one for me at some point. Anyone a fan of Willy's Wonderland?
Yes.
Yeah. Do you know what though? I watched. My mum came over a few months ago, and we were choosing the film to put on, and we chose Willy's Wonderland. Now I'd already seen it, and I put it on.
I bet she hated it.
My mum's quite forward thinking. She likes modern movies, all this kind of stuff. She likes going to cinema to see Marvel films, all that kind of stuff. And when it finished, she barely spoke all the way through it. She went, "That's the biggest lot of shit I've ever seen."
I'll watch anything with Nicolas Cage in, absolutely anything. I love the man, so I know I'm biased. but I can
think it's
get some
great.
people just
Have
would
you
not.
seen Prisoners of Ghost? Is it Prisoners of Ghostland?
Yeah, it's shite.
I
Yeah,
haven't
these are
seen that
things,
one yet.
That's terrible.
Do you know?
Yeah,
do you know
it's
what
not good.
was absolute shit that I watched the other night? I mean, this is literally like I think. I'm going to base it on the fact that there's clearly a budget here and some great actors, and that was that fucking Day Shift. What? A load of
I quite
bollocks.
like
Oh, I quite like that.
Oh
yeah.
my god!
I missed what you said there.
Was that a Day Shift? Oh look,
Day
like, I
Shift.
love everyone in that film. I absolutely love every single member of the cast. Brilliant, but it was like somebody.
It took me a
was
while
like,
to get into it because I thought the humour was a bit off initially, but once I started enjoying it, I got into it. Then
the opening sequence is something that you could sort of say was like it's like very Evil Dead-esque, and it's amazing. That opening sequence where he's smashing the old lady's head and she's folding her body over, and all that stuff is just brilliant. And I was completely committed to that film after that opening sequence, right? Like I said, cast all brilliant, but it's like somebody got an art. Have you ever seen those things where they get an artificial intelligence to write a book based on something? The script was like that. It was like, oh right, and then we're gonna do this, and then we're gonna say that, and then
it's like
none
a
of it made
computer churned
any
the script out. Yeah,
I got to a point.
I liked it.
yeah,
I
I
thought
thought it
the
was
fight scenes were just like after a while, every fight scene was the same. They like had a particular move where someone would like spin in the air before they kicked someone, and they did that every single
I
time.
thought Scott Atkins' character in that was brilliant.
Awesome.
I liked
The
it.
two brothers. That's another amazing.
They were the
sequence.
best bit of the film,
Yeah.
weren't they, for me?
Have
They
you
were
seen
great.
Day
The
Shift?
first
on
sequence.
Netflix?
Day Shift on Netflix, yeah. I wanted Scott Atkins and his brother to turn up again at the finale. They were that good, and they didn't, did they? We got Snoop Dogg instead, but I would have preferred Scott Atkins and his brother in it.
Which Snoop Dogg, they didn't need to let him get physical. They should have just let him just like unload, smoke a big fat blunt or whatever you kids call it nowadays, and just that, and then just walk away. They just took that whole.
It was fun, but you can't take it seriously.
Yeah, exactly.
It annoyed me. It annoyed me that it had the potential to be something bigger.
It's made by stunt people, though. That's the thing on that film. That the whole production crew are all stunt people. That's why it's very stunt heavy, but kind of story wise.
The dialogue was just so bad. I can only imagine how hard all of the actors were working. So I mean, you think of the quality of the actors in there, right? And it still like fell flat for me in terms of the dialogue.
What do we think of this hot take?
Go on.
Nope.
I think Silver Bullet is a better werewolf film than American Werewolf in London.
Davian Donaldson is asking for trouble.
It's not, but it's good. It's fun.
Silver Bullet was
Gary
the first
Busey's
horror
good
movie
in
I
that.
ever saw. I think I was in single digits when I saw Silver Bullet. It was the very first horror film I ever saw. And I love it, but American Werewolf in London is in my top 3 films of all time.
American Werewolf in London is so well paced. It understands when it's a horror film and when it's
it's a comedy.
and when it needs to take the pressure off the audience.
Yeah,
it's just a beautiful piece of filmmaking.
And I never get tired of watching it. I just go back to it again and again and again. It's that good, you know. Yeah.
Dog Soldiers is my favourite werewolf.
I love that too.
That's because you like Leo likes a bit where he's like, "Oh look, guts." Because whenever I speak to Leo about that, which is probably once every 3 or 4 years, he's like, "Look, guts."
Right, here's a controversial opinion, and American Werewolf in London sort of ties into it when they mix genres. So that's obviously a horror comedy. I generally hate horror and comedy together. Yeah, support this awesome channel.
Support all these guys. I'll put their links in the description. Apart from Matt, who's only on OnlyFans.
I don't tend to like horror comedies, but I love American Werewolf in London. But I don't like when they, like romantic comedies. If they never made another one ever, I'd be happy. I hate them. I can't be doing with it.
But when I don't like romantic comedies, but when they're done properly, like As Good as It Gets,
I love that film.
That's a romantic comedy, but it is done to such a high level.
It's rare that it's good.
Comedy.
There's just so much dross, you know what I mean? But again, with horror, there's. Sorry.
I don't understand what's going on right now. What As Good as It Gets? Is that like Is that a good film?
It's Jack Nicholson.
Jack Nicholson.
No. Oh, right, yeah. No, I still don't get it. Romantic comedies. Just
I like romantic comedies.
For me,
romance films.
My favorite performance probably of all time, and it's debatable, but it's right up there. It's Jack Nicholson.
Yeah, it's fantastic.
As it gets. It is some of the best acting you will ever see on screen, and he completely deserved his Oscar. That and Anthony Hopkins in The Father, I think, are two of the best on-screen performances I've ever seen.
I prefer him as Hannibal.
Has anyone seen Wolf Girl 2001?
No, I've never heard. Apparently, it is it Romanian? He said it's quite hard to get hold of.
Has Tim Curry in it? Circa 2001. It's gonna be shit.
Did you hear talking about?
I don't want to judge it.
Talking about British actors, have you heard what Sean Bean has said in the press recently?
Oh no. God, no!
I forgot it was.
I adore Sean Bean. I love Sean Bean, but apparently he said that he doesn't think there should be crew on set during sex scenes because it spoils the moment.
That's right. Yeah.
I get
it. Is he married?
It's like when me and my wife are there and the camera crew.
You know what I mean? You're not meant to be enjoying it, mate. You're at work.
Yeah. Like when me and Leo are at it and the camera crew comes in, it's just like.
Was this Wolf Girl called something else? Because I remember seeing a Romanian werewolf.
With Tim Curry. I love Tim Curry. Tim Curry is like my.
In Reservoir Dogs, he's amazing.
Oh. Yeah.
You've got a fan there, Leo.
This stoner paranormal
Horizon.
Very supportive. Thank you.
I will look out for that one, Carlos. Kevin Costner knows how to direct a Western.
You get so many good recommendations that you've never heard of. Carpenter's Brute.
Yeah, if you like synthwave, check that out.
There's the video, isn't there? With the cars racing. What's that called?
That is. Oh shit! I forgot.
Fast and the Furious.
Yeah, that's good.
No.
This is Fast and Furious on steroids, and that's saying something.
What did you
Turbo Killer? Everyone go to YouTube after this. Obviously,
Carpenter Brute, Turbo Killer. Won't look back.
Take it. That's terrible. Brilliant. What did you reckon to Titan? That's really divisive. Is it Titan or Titan? The French horror.
Titan. I don't know. Titan. I would have said.
What did you think of it, or who's seen it? Oh, I think you'll love it, Leo.
Yeah.
It's one of the weirdest things I've ever seen, but I loved it. Absolutely loved it.
I'm not sure. I don't really like weird films. I don't like surreal films.
It's a bit odd.
Alan will agree with me because I know you're not a fan of like sort of slower paced films that I feel like have to be like weird. Just
I know what you mean.
Arty for the sake of being arty.
I don't like that either. But this is, you watch it and you're thinking, what the hell am I looking at? You're like confused, but it's real. By the end of it, you have never seen anything like it. And I went back and watched it again. I preferred it the second time.
You may have talked me into it, Lisa.
I think you'll enjoy it, but then again, no, there's not. There's a lot of nudity in it. If that bores you,
I don't mind it, but I just, it's just kind of
a lot. Like Leo would get like 10 minutes viewing out of it. But fast forward the end.
I used to have in the 80s. Just going to go back in the 80s. There used to be shitloads of every film had a bloody sex scene in the action film. I don't want to watch action films with the sex scenes.
I know, but I was a teenager in the 80s. I didn't mind.
Exactly. It's like, to be fair to Leo, like when it's a sex scene, I'm like, fucking hell, gee. I haven't got time for this.
Why does it go away?
Who's got the energy for this sort of stuff? Come on, fast forward it. Alexa, fast forward all sex scenes, please. It's making me feel insecure. Hang on. So there was a comment by
Till Dawn.
Super Till Dawn, great. I just reviewed that.
Oh, I love that. I was about to say John Carpenter. I was like, because Super Spare was saying,
it's a great
about big squib type stuff, and John Carpenter is just
What about that Salma Hayek scene in From Dusk Till Dawn?
Yeah,
There's not one man I
terrible.
know that doesn't
Terrible
like
that scene.
It's
I
awful,
fast
isn't it?
forwarded through it.
It's awful.
I might have fallen.
Take my glasses off when that comes
Then
on.
rewinded it a couple of times. I felt insecure because of the snake involved. Not that insecure, obviously. No, I'm sorry. They check your Facebook messages for 80s music.
I've got a feeling I'm going to have lots of inboxes after this.
So
Hit that like button. Stoner Paranormal Investigations, and I asked him once. Said, "So did you go out and do paranormal investigations while stoned?" He's like, "Yeah, that's what I do."
I think we need to subscribe to that channel. That sounds up my street.
That's what everyone who goes and does a paranormal investigation does. Let's take a load of acid and then goes look for ghosts.
I used to go ghost hunting as a
definitely
teenager.
see some.
You'll definitely see some.
The Void.
Has anyone seen The Void?
I haven't seen 26.
Yeah, it's great.
Have you seen an older one with that name?
The Void, I've got that on Blu-ray. If you like The Thing and you like films like that, cosmic horror type films, you'll enjoy The Void. It's really good.
I loved the Thing remake. I don't give a shit when anyone says
I didn't mind it. I think they just ruined it with the effects, didn't they? Because they went too CGI.
Yeah,
Practical.
we need to let Alan do a unpopular opinion because we're talking too much. The poor man's not getting a chance.
Yeah, sorry, dude.
Yeah, there's two movies there that got a big. Well, both of them got huge followings, and I didn't like them. Watched them a couple of times. Number one is The Fog, the original Fog, and number two is The Thing. Watched them loads of times. I just couldn't. They just didn't do anything for me at all. No.
The Thing is for me is in my top 5 favorite films.
But I did like the snow. I did like the snowy setting in The Thing. I thought, any horror movies with snowy settings, I love. Yeah, but the storyline, I don't know what it was. It just didn't excite me. Yeah.
Is the Fog movie the one with that ending? Not that else. The like really quite awesome ending, or was that the series?
The series I really enjoyed.
What? The ending?
The Mist.
Oh, The Mist.
Thinking of The Mist.
Oh, Jesus, just shut me up here. I'm talking about
the Thing. I think The Thing is like everyone has their own existential crisis, and I think The Thing fits with somebody. That's where it is. Like for me, like The Thing was like. Like in the same way that Alien and Aliens is like, this is the worst, most horrific thing.
Yeah,
but
like a guy never landed with me either. I love Alien and Aliens, but The Thing just never. And I'm generally too embarrassed to tell people that because all horror fans love it.
Yeah,
but I don't like
love
it.
Yeah,
no.
One of the few films that
I don't love it.
No.
With what? Sorry,
there's no female characters in that film.
No, that doesn't bother me at all. But
that's why I liked it.
Just never
no
really...
sex scenes.
And
no sex scenes.
Well, that's not necessarily true, Matt.
And if there was a sex scene, it would have made it better.
There was an old version, wasn't there, from the 1950s of The Thing?
Yeah, thing from Another World.
Yeah. But it gets a bit Frankenstein. That is like.
But the 50s one, The Thing from Another World.
Yeah.
Is based on the book Who Goes There.
That's right.
The John Carpenter version is far more accurate than the 50s version towards the book Who Goes There.
Never read the book.
I always remember that there's like a dog, isn't it, with like a human face? Is that from that one?
Yeah. No, the dog does the dog get a human face? No, I think the dog just splits in half.
No, I'm not talking about the 80s one. I'm talking about the older one.
I'm just going to fill up. I'll be listening for the next room.
The older one in the 50s, it wasn't anything like the John Carpenter one. It was basically like a big vegetable. He was the alien.
He is a big vegetable,
More like a Frankenstein type creature, really.
I tell you what it did. I tell you what. While we're on science fiction horror, I tell you what I did watch the other night. The original Quatermass from 1959.
Oh man,
I used to love them
as a kid.
Yeah.
As a kid, exactly like you, they used to scare me to death as a kid.
Absolutely.
Quatermass, So I've ordered the other two in the post,
Well, Quatermass was basically and then Quatermass then got ripped off by what's the one with Natasha Henstridge talking naked Species. Quatermass. Yeah. So they go up to space, they do something, they pick up this alien, accidentally bring it back to Earth. And then you've got Natasha Henstridge doing something similar in the 90s, which has just ruined like every young man, woman's sex life forever.
Yeah. They done a box set of that, didn't he? In HMV, Species, the 4 or 5 films and a box set.
I think it was like an AIDS or sexually transmitted disease metaphor.
Something like that, yeah.
There's about 4 films of that, isn't there?
There's 4 films. It's three with. Is it 3 with Natasha Henstridge? Somebody in the chat could probably get. And then there was another new girl they added into it. But
I've only seen the first 2, I think.
Yeah,
but I think the Quatermass franchise is due a comeback. That would be really cool.
Yeah.
See, Quatermass is the scientist, isn't he?
Yeah.
What about Day of the Triffids? What do you think of them?
Yeah, I used to like. I remember watching that BBC show. Yeah,
that used to scare me when I was a kid.
Yeah, because they eat like lick your eyeballs, basically, didn't they? Yeah. It's like a plant that licks your eyeballs. I quite enjoy that now, I think.
Yeah.
I see that quite a lot in CEX, you know, the BBC Day of the Triffids thing, and I never get it because I always think if I watch it, I know it's going to be shit.
And
so I'd rather just keep
it. I didn't like it.
I want to keep the memories when I was a kid when it felt really good, so that's why I never buy it.
Do you remember Tripods as well, the series? Do you remember that?
No.
So it was basically...
a bit. Yeah, a bit.
So basically, these aliens come to Earth. They're like friendly to humans, but effectively what they're doing is they're like capturing certain humans, like sticking like a thing on their brain, and then they're going out. And the idea is that they're controlling. Talk about young existential crises, because this must have been about 7 at the time.
Yeah.
Watching this thing and getting really fucked up about it. I'm just like, what aliens controlling people's brains, blah blah blah. And also, like, I had the vinyl copy of War of the Worlds, which was obviously similar sort of things in terms of the tripod type walker monster things. It was just like, I just remember those years just being terrified of like walking 3-legged robot type monster things taking over my brain.
So
awesome.
Carlos asks, films that you didn't enjoy the first time but now love and repeated viewings.
I have one that's not a film, but it's Game of Thrones. When I the first episode was just her naked, walking about and having sex with her brother. It's like, what the hell's this?
Leo wouldn't have seen that. He fast-forwarded it through.
I gave up after like 2 episodes, but so many people that I really respect their opinion said, you need to go back to this. It's amazing. And I did, and it's fantastic. I don't think
that's a hard question, that. I'm just going to say that's a hard question, because normally if you don't like a film on the first viewing, you don't normally rewatch it, do you?
Yeah, I can't think of a
no, I can't think of one either.
Apart from me and Pulp Fiction, I'm trying desperately to like it.
Day Shift for me. Maybe I'll go back and watch it after this. And
apparently, that one that came out called Malignant, I think it came out last year. A lot of people that didn't like it first time rewatched it and enjoyed it a lot better. Second, third viewing. I like it.
I enjoyed it on the first viewing, but I enjoyed it even more on the second viewing.
Yeah, I've heard people say that. Yeah.
Mandy Better. I don't know if you are talking about the movie Mandy.
That'll be the Nicolas Cage movie.
Yeah, that's a good film, but it's a bit out there, but it's good.
That's a film for me. I think was a little bit arty for arty's sake.
Yeah, you're right. I like it. Then again, Nicolas Cage had done it. Yes.
What was that? What was that comment? Somebody said Vampires is better than Dusk Till Dawn. I do not agree with that.
It's not. It's good. I think it's underrated. Vampires
are greater than Dusk Till Dawn.
Different feel,
Dusk
Till
Dawn was much. John Carpenter's Vampires was generic, in my personal opinion.
Oh,
I love
really
John
like
Carpenter.
I enjoy it. But if it wasn't for James Woods, it would be a far worse film. James Woods.
Oh no, it skipped over Nicolas Cage as Superman. No.
Have you seen the pictures?
I've seen the pictures. That's more than enough to keep me happy. Although, what's his name? Christopher Reeves will always be Superman for me. There'll never be another Superman. He was it.
They did clone him, and that guy who played it was in the Kevin Spacey film.
Brandon Ruth, Vampire's Kiss. That's a good, has some good scenes in it, but I don't know if it's
That's Nicolas Cage, isn't it?
yeah.
Look,
Like, A, B, C, D.
I haven't seen that.
That's that one.
Hang on.
Have you seen Color Out of Space?
I haven't.
Yes.
That's actually a remake of a film I do like though, called The Gate, I believe. No, not The Gate.
That's Lovecraftian, and it's Nicolas Cage. It's really good.
Is it The
Sorry,
Beyond?
No, say that again.
Curse.
There was The Cursed, right?
Yeah, with the nipper who was in The Lady in White.
Harry Potter. I've forgotten his name. Daniel Radcliffe.
Yeah, but it's a remake of that.
What film?
One I agree with. Oh, I think CGI is satire.
It's crap, is what it is. Practical effects all the way.
It's too easy to do. That's the problem. It's too easy to do, so that people don't make the effort to pass that blood to me. Right.
Just quickly, I want to go back to Dusk Till Dawn for a minute. Dusk Till Dawn, in its own, it's got Quentin Tarantino in it, hasn't it? It is as much of a Quentin Tarantino film as anything.
He wrote it, didn't he?
Wrote it.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Like that film is so brilliant in the fact that, like, when I got that film, somebody gave it to me, and I was like, "What the fuck is this?" Stuck it in my video player, watched it. I was like, it's a fucking heist film. Cool.
That's best.
It's Baby Driver suddenly turns into like vampires. Do you know what I mean? John Carpenter. It's
one of those films that the first time you watch it, if you don't know anything about the film, the first time you watch it, it blows your mind.
Yep.
But it's still great to rewatch. But
and Juliette Lewis is in it.
Yeah, it was amazing.
What do you think? You're the found footage, aficionado.
Blair Witch Project. I think it's brilliant.
Yeah,
genius. Absolutely. But it's not just the film. Sorry, it's not just the film. It's
marketing.
Like the internet thing has just started launching. I believe that shit. I was on there Googling.
I believe it, yeah.
Or like AOL.com.
Yeah.
I remember the first time I watched the Blair Witch Project, and I have mentioned this a few times on reviews. For me, when I watch a horror film, I know it's doing its job if my fingers start going cold. And I remember the first time I saw Blair Witch Project, it wasn't in the cinema, it was on DVD, and it comes with that brilliant documentary that goes hand in hand with the film. You know what I mean?
Yes,
it's absolutely the best extra ever on a DVD ever. And if you watch the documentary first, then you watch the film, it's twice as impactful.
They were not fucking about when they made that film.
It's brilliant.
It is like the whole, and that's the problem, which is lost in time, and the fact that we have so much media. Is you're right. The build up to that film was insane. They put lore out there on the web. There was like, there's this, that, the other. There's a documentary. It was like all the money that those guys made out of that movie is well earned. They
deserved every penny,
every single penny. And look, we've got a whole new genre of like found footage, like shows out of the back of that, which aren't as good.
Yeah.
But that
there are some gems though, like Borderlands and Brave Encounters, and there are some that pop up that I think tugging on the coattails of films like Blair Witch.
Yeah, it's a testament. But as long as those films keep like coming out, those found footage things, it's a testament to those guys who made that first film. You're right. Shit my pants for months over that film.
It's really the lore that surrounds Blair Witch. I think Blair Witch in a vacuum, the film, I think is a little underwhelming. To be honest with you, but it's the sort of.
It's not knowing if it's real or not at the time when you watched it for the first time.
There were found footage films before this. But it was because it was the infancy of the internet, and obviously people didn't know, what was real because people weren't used to the internet. People kind of saw this and kind of like. But as a film, if you were to look at it purely as a film, I think it's unremarkable. But it's the surrounding.
Yeah.
And the time when it, like nobody had made anything like that at that time, had they? So somebody was putting on here. I love the first. I'm sorry. Oh yeah. Anyone? Blah blah blah. Film Dark Tower based on.
I haven't seen Dark Tower, to be honest.
I liked it. It's got Idris Elba in it. Anything with Idris Elba in is fucking rocking as far as I'm concerned.
I thought it was fairly forgettable, but I didn't hate it.
What, even with Idris Elba in it?
Yeah,
I'm just fucking about, so he's good.
I'd say another good werewolf film is Bad Moon.
Oh,
I don't think I've seen that one.
Right, Lisa gets the old list out and adds that.
This has got one of the best looking werewolves in it, I would argue. It's practical. It's got Michael Parry in it. It is a straight to video one, and it's got a shitty transformation when they use that morphing CGI. But the actual, when you get the werewolf itself and fully transformed, it is like, I personally think, the best looking werewolf. I don't mean it's like, hey, check me out. I mean, it's like, it just looks like the puppet is really cool, you know.
Did you say it was called Bad Moon? Was it Bad Moon? Right, okay.
It's a 90s film, I want to say.
Never seen that.
It's actually based, you'd like it, Lisa, because it's the protagonist is a dog.
Well, yes. Well, as long as it doesn't die, we'll be all right.
You won't be disappointed.
Okay.
The protagonist is a dog.
Okay.
The main protagonist, right? But there is obviously humans, right? Where are we?
What's BW?
Blair Witch. So
right,
I love the first computer game of the Blair Witch. Yeah, I totally agree with that. Gonna Diak kiss. But the new Blair Witch video game is mental.
James, I can't say this. I can't put this comment on.
Right, that means we want to see it.
No, just ditch that. Move on. It's fine. Yes. Yay! Laughing faces to take them.
That was offensive. No, I'll put it on.
No.
You know, in Northern Ireland, the lifts are actually called in RGP surgery are called Schindler. The company that own it, Schindler's Lifts.
Yeah.
I don't know if they thought quite clearly about that.
My cinema had a massive escalator in it, which was Schindler. Anyway.
That's such a hard question. That is an awesome question, Carlos. They are both amazing.
I would go with
7.
7, I think, for me.
It's much more.
I struggle to choose. I'm going with Silence of the Lambs.
I can't choose, I don't think.
Silence of the Lambs in my top 10
you
of all
got
time.
preference?
Silence of the Lambs.
Yeah.
We're quite evenly split on that one.
Seven's amazing, but Anthony Hopkins' performance in Silence of the Lambs is just one of those standout performances.
I mean, to be fair, they're both pretty much 10 out of 10s, aren't they? I mean,
they are. They're fantastic. Yeah.
I think
there's not one that's significantly better than the other.
I'm sorry. I think that the role of Anthony Hopkins is almost handed to him. I think the cinematography in 7 is far more exciting. There's a bleakness to that film.
Oh God, it's very depressing. He's 7.
Oh my God,
really depressing.
It doesn't really
doesn't let up at all. It's raining constant.
But
I've got a question, right? This 7 is a good is what's made me think of it. Have you ever like watched a film and then rewatched it, but kind of somehow hoped the ending would be different, even though you know it's not gonna be?
7 is that film.
Yeah,
right?
I mean 7 is like that. It was like, but there's other films as well. You somehow hope that it's going to end differently, even though you know it's not going to.
And better. Have a better ending.
Yeah.
Because some endings just fizzle out, don't they? They end abruptly, and you say to yourself, "Well, is that it?" You know,
it's like a real down, and you want them to overcome it. You know,
there's 2 films that do that: Empire Strikes Back and 7.
Or Usual Suspects as well.
Oh, I love that.
Oh no, because I like it because he earns his freedom, in my opinion.
You can like a movie and the ending can be terrible, and then you can oh well, that's crap. Or the other way around, you can be watching it and think, oh well, this is quite good, and then the ending just blows you away and it elevates it. Usual Suspects is that for me. I like it, but the ending just oh my God, I love it.
I think that's why found footage films are so popular, because they can give you the normal stuff for about an hour and 10 minutes, and then if they give you 15 minutes of chaos at the end and real jump scares and frights, almost like an amusement ride, then you kind of leave a found footage film happy, don't you?
Yeah.
I think that's why it's so end of the high note, you know, it leaves you with a good taste in your mouth, doesn't it?
And have you seen Gonjai Asylum?
I haven't.
Aaron!
Oh, you would love it. You're talking about a movie that's sort of like potters away and it's quite sedate, but then there's some scenes in that are terrifying. As a found footage fan, watch Gone Giant. Is it Haunted Asylum? Oh, it's so good.
Yeah.
Super Spurg said, as an American, I think the best werewolf movie is Dog Soldier.
Dog Soldier is great. I think it's generational as well. I think when you're that little bit older, I think American Werewolf in London is like right up there. But younger people maybe prefer Dog Soldiers.
I prefer the bipedal werewolves.
Yeah.
Part of the reason why I like it.
I'm not fussed. To be fair, like my whole werewolf thing has always been like, well, a sort of a Dungeons and Dragons druid turned into a werewolf. He's cool. He'll be good guy. I like get a bit annoyed by the whole fact that.
Now I'm talking about werewolves. I'm a huge fan of Lon Chaney Jr. You know, the original Wolfman. But you know what got me about that movie, and I love it. You know when he got bit. You know when he first attacked the wolf. The wolf was on all fours, wasn't it? He got bit, but he turned into Wolfman, didn't he? And he was like a human. So why didn't he turn into a bipedal? Because he got bit by a bipedal. You ever thought that? You know, the original Wolfman.
Yeah, no, I agree. Yeah.
He turned into like a Wolfman, didn't he? Yeah,
I'm all over that. Yeah. Oh yeah, nice.
Oh yeah, awesome T-shirt.
Yeah,
I'm all over that stuff.
I reviewed a film a little while ago. Oh shit! Yeah. And it was like a kind of it was like a 40s style movie, and I forgot when it was called. And it was basically Wolfman versus Frankenstein.
Oh, nice.
But it was a modern film, but it was done in the kind of
universal
Curse of the Werewolf, I want to say.
Desperately trying to get that license valid. Were they?
If any of you like games and gaming, that Quarry game, I think you'll really quite enjoy. And if you like them sort of games, that does a really interesting take on werewolf.
I just picked up a DVD yesterday with your review on the cover, giving it 4 stars. Cool. The Modern Way, that's actually one that Aaron reviewed.
Yeah, I really enjoyed that. I thought it was really good. Yeah.
Yeah, so occasionally we'll get review. I think Lisa's got a couple on the time. You had a few reviews on the cover. Yeah, the modern. I haven't actually seen it, but it's funny that
I remember the review now. I'm just looking at the picture.
One of the people messaged me about that. Actually, one of the actual people from the movie messaged me about that movie. Go, well, where did you see this from? And I was like, I screened it.
It's like there's 2 films I really stand out to me that I reviewed for you, Leo, that were amazing. Pardon my language before I say this. The Bastard's Fig Tree. Do you remember that one? That was a 10 out of 10 for me. It was amazing.
Bastard's Fig Tree.
Yep. And there was one. It was very Twilight Zone-esque. It was all.
What I sent you, was it?
Yeah, both you did, and they were fantastic, both of them. But nobody ever talks about them. It's but they were really, really good movies.
What was it called? The Bastard's Fig Tree.
Yeah.
That Pond has just come out. Remember I sent you that to review? That's now come out on DVD. But I know you didn't really like that one, did you?
I can't remember. My memories. If I love it, I'll remember it. And that Fig Tree one was, I just adored it. Everything about it. And that other one what was the other one I mentioned? Oh, I've forgotten. That's my memory. It's gone already.
I think Manhunter and Hannibal are better than Silence of the Lambs.
No.
I like Manhunter.
Yeah,
Hannibal's definitely not better than Silence of the Lambs. But Manhunter, I think, is very, very good.
The Ray Liotta bit in Hannibal's really good. The bit where it's top of his head, that bit is like proper cringy.
I'll be honest with you, those 2 films are like such a hanger-oners from the from Silence of the Lambs that I went and saw them all at the cinema.
Was Manhunter not first?
Well, no, Manhunter's the Michael Mann one that he did. It was a TV movie, I think, in the 80s, wasn't it? Late 80s.
And then they made it, and then they put it on.
Then they made it after Hannibal.
And I saw both because people kept bleating on about it, and I was like, Jesus Christ. And for somebody who's, I don't really read books on this. It's like a manual on how to, do something. It was just like, what? It's a bit like the whole Harry Potter thing, right? So as much as I love Harry Potter, it's just like it's people. into the lore are like there. So what's that? Right.
The Void was inspired by John Cobbs. Yeah, it's definitely inspired by.
Inspired by the thing, definitely.
Yeah, Prince of Dark. That is it.
Awesome.
That's what I was thinking of with the Void. I can't remember the Prince of Darkness. I've never seen it.
Oh,
I got. I know. I got a basically some sort of promotional material of it when I was a small kid. So what was it, like 85 or 84?
Have you still got it?
Oh no, I don't think so. But it was like, because it's got this. There's a big sort of like a, I don't know, glass thing with like green goop in it. Because the Prince of Darkness is where, is it like Dracula or somebody's in like a big sort of glass thing? Is that what? Oh,
no, Alice Cooper's in Prince of Darkness, isn't it?
It's basically it's a cosmic horror type thing, really. The Prince of Darkness. It's got.
It starts taking over the people though.
Yeah.
So I don't know. I've never seen it. I've just had a promotion.
That it's Alice Cooper in Prince of Darkness.
No,
I'm confusing it with something else.
He is the Prince of Darkness.
Donald Pleasance.
Donald Pleasance. Yeah, he's in it. Yeah.
I've got the wrong movie then.
Yeah. No.
It sounds like it should be a Dracula film, doesn't it?
Yeah, Dracula. It's not 1966. Yeah.
So it's a bunch of scientists that start getting taken over. Void and Carpenter both.
Prince of Darkness. What was that one called?
It's Prince of Darkness.
Yeah, Prince of Darkness, 1987. Alice Cooper's in it.
I can't really remember, but I had all this promotional gumph about it because basically my friend, my brother's best friend, owned a video shop, an independent video shop when we were kids. And so we used to just get loads and hundreds of VHSs, like as they would come out. And obviously it diminished over the years when your Blockbusters and, you know.
We used to get loads of shit when we worked in for the game.
Yeah. That was awesome. Game stuff. DVD.
But Lovecraft. Now, there's no. If you ask me, I don't understand why we haven't had a bigger budget Lovecraft movie. To be honest,
because he's racist. He's a massive racist, and everyone's like awkward about it. And that's why who did the Lovecraft series? He's an awkward, interesting. Like I
don't think most people know that.
They do now. Well,
these days, though, you do very quickly.
One is my favourite Lovecraft-related film.
Well, the series. What was the series?
They've got a series.
For the black people.
I tell you what, if you like,
Lovecraft Country, yeah.
Lovecraft Country.
The reason they did it with black people, because he was so, it's like almost like a fuck you to him because he was so horrible. Like most of his because his lore is really interesting, and you cannot diminish the fact that he's got like a brilliant head for horror and all this sort of stuff. Everyone loves it, right? You know. It doesn't. Nobody really cares that whatever your skin color is. However, his underlying tone is that people with black people are like these kind of evil, demonic, controlling things. There's a whole load of stuff on the internet you can read about it, and it's not just weird lefty people sort of saying this stuff. This is proper educated people studying it. He's a horrible fucker, but his lore is brilliant.
Who's this we're talking about? Lovecraft.
H.P. Lovecraft.
Yeah.
Right, okay.
And that's why Lovecraft Country is so brilliant, because it's like black people involved in this whole thing. So we can take that lore now and we can say, well, fuck you. You're talented, but we're stealing your shit. And we're going to.
But they cancelled it, haven't they, after one season?
There was that as well. But it potentially could have been good. but there's so much there. Has
anyone seen Dagon?
What's that?
Dagon. That's the H.P. Lovecraft film.
Yeah. So all that. So literally, pretty much everything we play in video games. The whole Call of Cthulhu stuff, the Dagon. You played what's it called?
It's basically Resident Evil 4. If you like Resident Evil 4, Dagon is essentially that.
Right, okay.
It's kind of like, it reminds you so much of Resident Evil 4. It's not a high-budget movie. I think it is a Usner film.
A what?
Brian Usner. That you must know who that is.
Don't think I've seen it.
Yeah.
It's basically it's kind of like it was a straight to video film. But it's about this kind of group of people that get shipwrecked off this kind of coast of I think it's a Spanish town or somewhere, and everyone's kind of like weird and kind of fishy is the best way I would describe it. But I won't say any more than that. But if you like Resident Evil 4, I promise you will like Dagon. There you go.
Check it out.
That's my recommendation. You're getting a few recommendations tonight, Lisa.
I am. Can't be any worse than what they've done with Resident Evil so far.
Aaron, I'm just sending you The Hospital as well. So.
Oh God, I can't wait, Aaron. Please review that.
Humble narrator is like squaring off some of my stuff here. He's doing him or her is doing a great job there. Lovecraft recounted much of his racism at the end of life, but still defo a vicious bastard. Yeah, thanks, dude.
Manborg. We should have a review. Tom, aka the Professional Amateur Hour, is going to review Manborg at the request of someone who asked for it.
That will never surpass Eliminators. That's the real Manborg.
Yeah, that's true. No argument with that.
It's another one of those like film names where like the guy was like on the toilet, he's jacked a load of steroids into his balls. It's like, I need an 8 for this film. Manborg.
Eliminators has got a ninja, a Manborg, and an Indiana Jones type character. It's an awesome film.
What's it called again?
Eliminators.
Literally, that just makes
an
me want
80s
to
film.
jack.
It's kind of like a superhero film in a way. It's like this low budget Avengers, basically.
It just makes me want to like stick some steroids in, do like eat loads of chicken.
You might like it. It's got a girl from Star Trek in it, isn't it?
Denise Crosby's in it, yeah. And Andrew Prime from V. He's in it as well.
Andrew Prime, who's that?
Yeah, he was in the TV miniseries V. He was one of the visitors.
The new one.
No, the old one, the 80s one.
Itchy the Killer.
I think it came out. Was it about 85 or something? Yeah. Eliminators. I've got it on Blu-ray. I loved it.
I've never seen Itchy the Killer. I have to admit, I'm not a fan of like manga.
Oh dear. Yeah. Itchy the Killer's amazing.
It is amazing, yeah.
Old Boy's bear.
Old Boy literally has the most human, like mass killing, sideward scrolling, beaty thing like ever. Yeah, it's pretty awesome. I think it's only sort of really been touched on by the John Wick sort of series of trying to sort of emulate that in a. I love Nicolas Cage and Con Air. We all do.
Everybody loves Nicolas Cage and Con Air.
And The Rock also.
Yes, that's awesome.
Psycho Gorman was amalgamation of somewhere.
Unfortunately, guys, I've got to go. I've got to go and pick my son up.
No worries, matey.
It was a real pleasure, guys. Take care.
Take care.
Enjoy hospital. Bye.
I will. Bye-bye, everybody.
You know.
Bye. Right.
So when you said enjoy hospital, I thought he was going to hospital.
I'm very curious.
Enjoy hospital. Not a lot of empathy there. The film Hospital.
You'd enjoy that, Matt, as well. Pulp Fiction, I didn't enjoy the first time, but on repeat viewings became my favourite Tarantino film. Yeah, it's my favourite as well.
Yeah.
The Bruce Willis storyline is my favourite.
Yeah. Sorry, guys. Just ask you one question. Have any of you fans of Giallo movies? You know, like The Bird with the Crystal Plumage and Torso? Giallo.
Not especially, if I'm completely honest.
No. Yeah, I like a
couple
of them.
A bit too highbrow for me, a bit too educated and like arty-farty.
Yeah.
I have no idea what that is.
It's Italy. They published these books in the 50s with yellow. They were crime thrillers, but they had yellow covers, and that's where you get the expression giallo. It means yellow. Crime thrillers.
Oh, right. I didn't know that. Okay.
Slasher, like they're basically like Italian slasher movies, but they're a bit of hit and miss, to be honest with you. My favourite's the You see me posted there, the bird with the crystal plumage.
Yeah, I see,
Yeah, that's my favourite one.
And, so, and when was it filmed? They made it into from a book to a movie, did they?
Yeah, well, what they started off being paperbacks, crime thrillers and that. Well, they were called giallo because that's Italian for yellow. So with them being published in the colour yellow, that transferred over to the movie side of it. So when you get these movies now, the likes of that, they're all called giallo movies.
I had no idea why that was. That one that was remade that was really famous was it the 70s, and it was remade a couple of years ago. That's giallo, isn't it?
What's that? Sorry, Lisa.
The one with all the dancing in it, which I haven't seen.
Suspiria.
Is that it? That one's giallo, isn't it?
Two. Yeah, I like the first one.
Loads of red and blue and stuff. Like
she's in the Valley School. Yeah, they're all
pretty much anything Dario Argento does is pretty much giallo.
And so that's your recommendation, the bird.
The bird with the plumage. Yeah. Well, I liked it anyway. A lot of people do like it. Yeah.
It is a popular film.
Yeah.
Right. The idea of the Blair Witch Project, I thought it was superb. It's in its style of freaked me out the last 20 minutes.
Agreed.
Do you know what I will say? Going back to the Blair Witch, the one thing I would say is the hype oversold it to me. So when I actually watched it, I was like, I'm waiting for the scary bits. I'm waiting.
You're not shitting yourself. I was literally bricking it the whole way through that film. It was like sitting for me, like whether whether it was disappointing, that drift up on the roller coaster just went on forever. It was like going up and up and up for like, an hour and 30 minutes or whatever it was. It was just like I've never felt so horrendously uncomfortable.
Yeah,
in my entire life for that much.
Matt, do you enjoy cruising?
No. I don't know what it means, but I'm not into it.
I've never seen that.
You know all about it, though, Leo.
Who doesn't? What's more generic? Seeing more vampire movies in castle or a forest?
Probably the castle, definitely. Yeah.
Oh God. Yeah.
Vampires in space.
Vampires in space. They did. I reviewed it.
Avoid that one. I haven't seen that one.
It's not good. Casper Van Dien.
Yeah.
I'm with you on 7. Definitely edges it.
Come to think of it, we're searching for a film, but instead got this other cult of lesbian vampires.
But one wanted to have a boyfriend, so
Vampire Killers with James Corden. Is that the one?
I think I've seen that.
Oh yeah, I've seen that.
Then there was that Pride and Prejudice zombies as well. That was a bit weird.
Yeah. Should all of us be picking up The Last In on DVD? Go watch my review and decide for yourself.
Sorry, I'm not going to rock it here.
I think a good vampire movie concept would be a boat cruise on an island named after the word cannibals.
What?
Well, I mean, was the 30 Days of Night 2 on a boat?
God, I have no idea. 30 Days of
Night. That
night.
film was something that I would have avoided, like crabs.
Yeah, 7's a bit. It's almost like some of the stuff in 7 was almost like what they came out with in Saw. Like the ways people died. I mean, obviously a bit more highbrow, but just grotesque.
Do you know, one of the Saw movies, I don't know which one it was, Lisa, you'll know, it's where a guy's in like a thing that twists his arms.
That's one of the later ones. I can't remember which one.
That's the only film that ever made me feel physically sick. And it was like where he's getting...
I love them, and I can admit the later ones aren't very good movies, but they appeal to me for some reason. I just adore all of them.
See, I prefer Hostel films.
I don't like Hostel. Because there's no thought gone into like Saw has proper thought gone into the traps and why the people are there. Hostel's just torturing around them for no reason.
What I like about Hostel is that's kind of like you feel that could be a reality.
Yeah.
It's a bit like you could go on holiday there, Leo.
Yeah.
Leo wants to go on
these
holiday.
kind of like European countries are sometimes a little bit, and I think, man, I'm not going there.
France. I went to France and stayed at the hostel. Like I was hoping somebody was gonna like wind my dick off, but they just didn't do it.
But like Eden Lake to me is one of the scariest films because that's like you can just see it happening.
It's horrible, isn't it? Yeah, especially not going to say what the ending is, but the ending really properly shocked me of that one. I find it hard to watch.
Yeah. Any fans of Eden Lake here? That was pretty
that's what we're just talking about, Alan. It's
Eden Lake.
It's brutal, isn't it?
Oh, it is brutal. Yeah, real brutal. Yeah.
And it could happen. Like
and
you
that's
said,
the scariest thing about it. You think this is probably not far away from a reality.
It probably has happened to a lot of people.
So Dobby and Donaldson. So I think Fight Club has one of the best end plot twists ever. Which, to be fair, we talk about realism, like fundamentalist. Like people getting sucked into like these kind of cult ideas. Oh, he's changed it already. This is when we bleat on about it. But that is like scary and more realistic. The way Fight Club is, we see it. We've seen it so much since 2001, whatever. So
I just read this comment and I thought you was talking about the Predator movie that's just come out. I was like, what?
Yeah, so did I.
Oh yeah. There's been a couple of Alien Cat Pass. That is a new Predator film.
Is it? Well, because I'm just ignoring me.
So let's take the piss. I'm just taking the piss.
I'm just gullible. A movie ending you didn't see.
Don't worry about me. Never saw ending of Veers.
Neither did I.
Oh, it was brilliant.
I had a proper physical reaction to that in the cinema. I just got chills at the end of Saw. It was a fantastic.
The bit in Saw 2 that really, really got me, and they got it in that sort of, and it was that sort of good window of time, was when there's a sequence where somebody has to put their hand into like a hole or a box which is full of used syringes.
Oh, they throw her into a pit.
That was it. Yeah, that is it. That fucking freaked the shit out of me. Yeah. But like, I don't have a problem with syringes unless they're used.
Yeah.
Alice Cooper, I think we mean.
Yeah, Alice Cooper,
a homeless cult leader in Prince of Darkness.
I think he deleted it and then wrote it again. Right. Yeah.
Okay.
Satan?
Green shit.
Okay. Oh. You were talking about green stuff in a jar earlier, and I think he's saying it was Satan. Maybe a movie called Satan.
I haven't seen Colour of Space, to be fair.
I liked it. I thought it was good.
Yeah.
Does Cage have his freak out?
Say that again.
Does Nicolas Cage has his freak out moment?
He always does, though, doesn't he?
Have you seen one called Parents with him? I think is it called Parents?
Mum and Dad.
So Mum and Dad, yeah. Selena,
I like that one. Yeah.
He has a great freak out sequence.
Yeah, I like it.
The new 4K release of Dog Soldiers from Second Sight looks amazing.
It does.
It looks. I've actually got. I don't have a 4K player, to be honest, but I have actually got it 4K on a German media book, so I won't get it again.
Yeah, it looks beautiful.
This actually is a good segue into one of the things that are my controversial opinions, right? And this is boutique labels, boutique labels like Vinegar Syndrome is a good example of this.
Criteria.
To me, these companies are turd polishers, right? So the vast majority of the stuff they release is absolute shit. Absolute shit films that they get the rights for bugger all money, but they put it in nice packaging and with some great marketing, everyone kind of buys it. And they have a few decent films in there to kind of pepper it out, but most people buy like the whole lot. And it's because they get these films for so little money because they're just forgotten films that no one cares about. Because I see so many kind of like people buying these Vinegar Syndrome films releases and then go, oh, it wasn't very good, but it's a good package. They haven't seen it, and it's just like, man, that is some marketing. Because I don't, Vinegar Syndrome and companies like that, I don't hold it against them because they've made a profitable business from it, but it's kind of like they are turd polishers. Those companies, they polish up these forgotten about like films that no one cares about 80% of the time. They put in a few good ones to make people kind of go, I remember that title. People buy the whole lot, and the majority of them are absolutely shit.
I've had a few black ones myself, actually. Yeah, straight on eBay. They're overpriced as well.
Yeah, they ain't cheap. You're paying for like the cardboard packaging.
Yeah,
40 quid a pop.
Yeah.
So let's be honest with you, right? So these things were like Dog Soldiers was filmed on digital. I think it was filmed on digital, so probably wasn't ever like upscaled for anything outside of 1080p. So they're probably using some shitty AI upscaling for it.
Yeah.
So the quality will fit a 4K display, but it's not going to be much better, is it?
It looks a nice package though. The actual, nice artwork and everything. Artwork, we've kind of covered that one.
Hang on, what was that? Let me go to that.
Counting his.
Yeah, you read that one out.
Racism.
Oh yeah, I read that one out. Yeah, so don't want to just.
Favorite Lovecraft films: Bride of the Reanimator and From Beyond.
That's the one I was trying to remember. From Beyond.
From Beyond, yeah, it's a really interesting one.
They're making some kind of sequels to these Metatonic University films. I've reviewed one of them. I've forgotten what it's called. And they're kind of doing like a shared universe of this stuff. And you've got like, I don't know, has anyone seen the remake of Castle Freak?
No.
Because that's got like, it kind of links into the wider kind of like Cthulhu mythos.
Yeah,
I actually quite like the Cthulhu, Castle Freak remake. But yeah, they're kind of making this like kind of shared B movie version of
the HP Lovecraft thing. So horrific on all levels, and he's so dead. But I think there's definitely a market to lean into all of his like bullshit.
I'm agreeing.
I love it. I just want it to be as like, I just want to be as offended and disgusted as possible by it, and I'll all up for that. He's not going to be making any money. It's some fucking twat.
Talking about H.P. Lovecraft, one of my favourites is Dreams in the Witch House.
Oh yeah,
that was a Masters of Horror episode. That rat thing, that horrible rat thing in that, and then had like another dimension, didn't it? A witch from another dimension. Yeah. Dreams in the Witch House. Yeah, it's a good one.
Is that an entire film, Alan, or is that like
Masters of Horror? It's one of the Masters of Horror episodes, but they're going to make a movie of it, or they've already made a movie of it. Yeah.
I haven't heard of that. It's on the list.
It's the Masters of Horror that was shown in the.
You have to let me know what's on your list at the end of this, Lisa.
2005, yeah.
What, from today, you mean?
Yeah.
I've got Dagon, Bad Moon, and Dreams of the Witch House at the minute.
Dreams in the Witch House, yeah. They're going to make a movie of it, but the one I'm referring to is the Masters of Horror episode. Because I used to watch the Masters of Horror every week, yeah. Very good, yeah.
It's very good, yeah, very good, yeah. So.
Brown Jenkin, it was horrible monster, that Brown Jenkin. Little rat thing it was, like half human, half rat.
Yeah, I remember. I really like that Masters of Horror.
It was good, really good.
So how many series did that? It run for a few series, didn't it?
I think it was about 3 or 4, I think, if memory serves me correct, yeah.
It was a bit niche, I think, as you would expect from anyone on this.
Yeah, they had all like famous directors,
Yeah, well, that was it. With the Masters of Horror thing was about the director, wasn't it?
Yeah, can you see this comment?
Yeah. Sorry,
I'd like you to read it in a New York accent, please.
Sorry for my. I need to build up for this. Sorry, I can't do it. For my grammar, I was raised
like Christopher Walken.
New York City. I know a couple of languages, aka a very cultured person.
That's
also. Sorry, I'm not going to.
It makes me want to do my Christopher Walken.
Also, you now sound like a fucking weirdo. Also, I spent my 4 years living in Rhode Island. I'm a hardcore Love Dick Craft fan. So fuck y'all, fuck you. I'm from New York City. Yeah, where's the pizza? I thought that was pretty good at the end.
He's not taking the piss. By the way.
I'm
loving homage to New York, by the way.
Yeah. New York City. New York. Concrete City.
Matt's had a bottle of wine, by the way.
2. Maybe 2.
Anyway.
Hang on. So what was Super Splag talking about?
He's just saying he
I love Lovecraft as well. Not for him. I love the fact that he was so fucked up that he produced some
He has a warped mind, but it's made some interesting stories. Carpenter did the movie for Blood Machines, which is on Shudder right now.
Absolutely.
Unfortunately, Blood Machines I was a little underwhelmed with as a kind of.
But that's what I was getting at. Underwhelming music, fucking amazing, right?
In the Dagon movie, they refer to in Boca.
Yeah.
Which means in mouth. Yeah. Honestly, a Dagon and you'd. Oh, all the comments disappeared.
I can't wait till we get down to my comments.
I loved
about my
Old
singing.
Boy, but preferred Memories of Murder.
All right, there's another one going on the list.
Thank you, Aaron.
Memories of Murder.
Aaron has left the building. Kind of weird that Dagon is an adaptation of Shadow of Innsmouth and not Dagon. Artistic licensing, isn't it? In Rhode Island, I was raised on a lot of
Carpe,
Viridian,
and Portuguese, Brazilian people. So I pick up like Super Spurg as just done like a ton of acid, and then just telling us what language they speak.
More than I speak.
Yeah, well, yeah, you are very well educated.
Here you go, Alan.
Yeah.
Giallo movies are more violent Hitchcock movies done in a European style, Dressed to Kill, Happy Birthday to Me. Slash movies are copying the Giallo style.
They're very similar. Very similar. Yeah. It's usually you don't know the killers till the very end. You know, it's like a mystery. You know, they're usually dressed in black, and you've got the razor and that. You don't know it is till the very end. That's the general theme of Giallo movies. Yeah.
Carlos has got, I think he's way gone by now because we're quite behind in the chat, but thanks for Carlos if you are still on the screen, which I doubt you are. Tenebrae and Phenomena, two of my only favourite Argento films.
Good, yeah, two good choices.
They must have been on that list too because I've seen them.
Yeah, Dagon, the movie, they were summoning Cthulhu instead of Dagon.
Yeah.
Okay, they've just kind of taken it as the basis. But it's still a good movie despite kind of messing with the lore a little bit.
I like Super
Dagon had a weird ending.
Yeah.
Thanks for your comments.
You're spoiling it for Lisa.
I'll forget. My memory's terrible.
Yes. Excellent movie. Oh, it went. She went.
Alan Scouse, legend.
I like that name, Principled Uncertainty.
And there's been some Scouse legends, right? So that's a.
You know, Alan,
yeah.
Do you find people from outside of the UK go, "What's Scouse"?
People from outside of the UK, what Scouse?
What does Scouse mean?
Yeah, a lot of people don't know. And when I say it refers to the dish Scouse, you know, what Liverpoolians traditionally eat, that's where you get the name Scouser from. Yeah. The pan of Scouse, yeah.
I just wondered, like your kind of like international viewers are thinking, "What the fuck's a Scouse?"
Oh, the Beatles, the Beatles, though.
Scouse, yeah. I had to explain to them it's a traditional stew, you know, originating in Liverpool. So you come from Liverpool, you're automatically linked with Scouse, you know, the meal, yeah. So that's where you get it from.
I didn't know that. There you go.
Scouse, yeah. My mum likes a lovely Scouse pie as well. Oh, it's gorgeous, yeah.
Made with real Scouse.
So I knew exactly what Scouse was.
Yeah.
But just for the audience, explain what a Scouse is.
It just does.
What's in a Scouse? What's in a Scouse?
What's in it? Potatoes, meat. It's optional if you can have beans in, onions. It's like a stew, you know, you just put it in a pan. And it just boils together, yeah. It's lovely, yeah. But I prefer the Scouse pie. I like the crust on it, you know. Yeah, lovely. Especially on a cold winter's day. Yeah.
What do we have it down south at, Matt? What food do we have?
That's a cottage pie, mate. Shepherd's pie.
Would you have down south? What's your favourite dish down south? I don't know. Have you got a favourite dish?
I don't know if we have anything which is specific. Cornish pasties, but that's like different.
That's really south, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, like, to be fairly honest with you, mate, like if it's not like at least a 1 or 2 Michelin star, fuck it, I'm not eating there.
Anyone from outside the UK is now switching off, so we'll move on.
I don't know, like cottage pie, I would say down here.
Cottage pie, yeah.
I'm hungry now.
I love
Alice is in it. All right, I think
For
we're
sure.
talking about Prince of Darkness.
Dan O'Bannon.
There was blah, 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 the Lesbo vampire cult film, The Prey, blah blah blah. Go to I want to catch Principality Uncertainty at the bottom there.
I'll lose my place though.
But I'll help you with your place. Just jump on that. So I want to grab him or her before she leaves.
The Vault is one of the best Lovecraftian films of recent years. Any ideas? Why they hasn't been big money production of Lovecraft? Well, we actually
No, sorry. There's two. The comment go up 2 comments. Sorry.
Well, let me ask. We go ask this one now. We actually did mention this earlier on, and I don't know if this is true, but apparently it's because Lovecraft was a hardcore racist, and this is why people are less.
I don't think he's just a particular person of his time, wasn't he?
Is this what you're talking about?
Yeah, that one. Yeah. So, yeah, I'd like to sort of talk about this a bit.
Go on.
So I think, with regards to that sort of stuff, it's like I don't think we should ever close our ears or eyes to anything. I think there's a certain element in this current generation that they feel that if they sort of, I don't know, get involved in this stuff, that somehow it's going to make them racist. Or there's this fear that they're suddenly gonna give off an air of racism. I think you can read anything. I think you can pick up Hitler's book and read it. I think it's good to absorb kind of all sorts of thoughts, especially when it's sort of bad thought, if it's in your spectrum of interest, and sort of understand it and then dismiss it rather than just completely dismiss it without being involved in it. And I think Lovecraft, certainly from a much different era, and I think that his thoughts were very much dictated from a post-colonial kind of mindset where obviously his ancestors have been invading loads of people, and then suddenly the doors are opened and people coming into the country, and that's the fear of almost a reverse colonialism. And that's all it is, really. People are just scared of what they don't understand, really. And but we should all keep reading and understanding.
Educate yourself about stuff so that when you argue it, you know what you're talking about.
Yeah. I mean, I haven't got a fucking clue.
Yeah, I don't want to really get into kind of too political here, but obviously, I think people should have all the materials that they want, and then they make their own decisions.
Yeah, for sure.
That would be my thoughts on that one, but I want to try and avoid talking about specific.
I just think H.P. Lovecraft. It's now in the last sort of 5 years has become a bit. Not so much in the UK because we're a little bit more well, fuck that guy's dead.
Going back to kind of the unpopular opinions, just tying into what they said, actually, one of the things that kind of I find that is very popular on YouTube at the moment are these kind of super divisive political kind of channels. And I'm not talking about politics, I'm talking about entertainment channels that are very skewed one way or another. And I personally can't stand the either side kind of believe when the sole focus seems to be the political kind of
side. Yeah,
they're talking about.
Well, I think, from my perspective, I think a lot of people are using the political side to drag people. It's less about the pop culture. It's more about dragging people to your way of thinking, and I think,
but it's not, because it's just you're talking in an echo chamber. You know what? If I said I want to move on from the kind of any political stuff. If I'm watching something which is political, I like to have a good debate with two kind of sides of the story. I'm not interested in people on the echo chambers one way or the other.
Yeah, and that's the problem. It's even two sides of the story is not enough, right? every people are individuals, right? All we're doing is we're getting pushed into like one political party's ideals or the other political. They're not our ideas. People are like creating like divisions for their own, political things, and it's a much of an American thing, and it's like massively over here with like, the Tories and Labour and all that sort of stuff.
No, Leo wants to talk about lesbians for a second.
It's not about us. It's not about us.
About
Let's get back to lesbian space Nazis or something.
No, man cat aliens. If you can get a lesbian.
That's not
man cat. Yeah. Well, all cats are Nazis, so it's fine.
I'm not a cat person myself. Screen Stars Aaron might be joining us again shortly. This is the one we spoke about.
Yeah, we spoke about that. Yeah.
That's talking about the food, about the scouse.
Oh yeah.
I didn't know that. I didn't ever think why the expression scouse. So I'm learning things. You're educating me here.
It originally called lobscouse, and he just dropped the LOB off and just called it scouse. Yeah.
I'm hungry now.
I'm getting a bit peckish myself. Actually.
So hungry.
It's difficult to adapt Lovecraftian themes in a way that appeases the mass audience. Annihilation.
Yeah. I really enjoyed Annihilation. I didn't know that was Lovecraft. I'm terrible about who's made it, who's directed it. I just watch it.
Oh, so different.
A lot of them are inspired by Lovecraft rather than being adaptations.
Okay. Oh, adapt. Okay, I'm right. Okay, I've seen it now. Yeah, I really enjoyed Annihilation. Thought it was very good.
Even though not a direct adaptation, the next one is. Yeah.
There you go.
I agree with that.
Everyone should be able to decide for themselves, but I think everyone should have the choice of what they want to kind of absorb. Anyway, loads of old sci-fi writers had racist and sexist views. God, I can't get away from this. Is your
I don't.
But this isn't about like. This is like we don't need to justify ourselves. Like we all, as long as we acknowledge that's what it is, that's good enough, right? And we're not being bad people.
Someone might comment about lesbians again.
Let's get back to space lesbians. I am pro space lesbian.
Right.
But like humble narrator's been awesome, and so is principled uncertainty. So like give yourselves a pat on the back for being.
I'm getting an education because I didn't know half the things I'm hearing tonight.
And why would you? I mean, it's just like something that like I Googled because like
but I should.
People allergic to cats, so that's why I don't like them. So there you go.
Yeah, politics. I love cats. Politics has infected everything. We can all agree to be nerds. 100%, 1000%. I am so for that. Like
Billy Connolly said, the want and desire to ever be a politician should prevent you from life from ever becoming one. So there you go.
Exactly, 100%. And to be honest with you, right, I think we all like the whole nerd community. Like we're all so different, and we all can come together. We just need to make sure. Yeah, and we need to make sure that we never ever exclude anyone, because everyone could be a good nerd. Right?
Look at Stranger Things. I know this is completely off kilter, but if any of you watch it, look at Eddie. And everybody thinks Eddie's awesome, but when I was a teenager, people into rock and metal were, oh, you're a weirdo. They're ostracized, but now that he's been brought into popular culture, everyone thinks it's awesome.
For 5 minutes, these days, it will be like that will be forgotten about within. It'll probably be already getting forgotten about, isn't it? That's the problem with fandom today. It's like a flash in the pan.
Literally, pop culture. Last 30 seconds, right?
You like to think that somebody somewhere out there will like listen to the music and actually think, oh, I haven't heard anything like this before. I really like it, and we'll get another one into the.
I mean, I actually did. I've got a heavy metal video coming out. I finished editing yesterday, and that was partially because of the kind of the Eddie Munson sort of
You've got a what?
Conversation.
You've got a what? A heavy metal video coming out.
A heavy metal video coming out.
I feel a joke coming on.
And I'm not involved in this.
It was about my personal journey into
I've seen metal. The photos.
Yeah.
What?
So, yeah, and there's more of them on this video. Although I had to really edit it down. So it's actually, it's not as in-depth as it was. Because it was like 45 minutes long.
That's
so
my favorite kind of videos. Secret videos where people are personal. That's my favorite kind of videos. All
it's
day
still
long.
pretty long. It's still 35 minutes, but I just thought people ain't going to watch this, so I had to kind of cut it down a bit. But I'll tell you, I'll tell you something
coming back
out, right? So this is. I cut these bits out. One of the things that kind of got me out of two things really, and I've cut this out of the video. Was are you familiar with Manowar?
Oh God, yeah. Kings of Metal, Manowar Kill, of course.
So Manowar are my favorite band, right? And I grew up in quite a kind of country area. There was no big city. It was like, so we were very cut off.
I get it. Yeah.
I was listening to Man. I was quite naive when I was young, and they were like, "Oh, metal's the way of life," and all this, and I was completely buying into it. And then I watched some backstage video, and all they were doing was trying to get laid, and I'm thinking, "This isn't what you were preaching." It's like
But that's what they all did. That's all their interest.
I was so naive.
Yeah, but wouldn't you if you were in their shoes?
But I was like, this is like, it's just a bloody show. It's just like, anyway. So there was that. And then there was when Kurt Cobain killed himself. That to me, and again, I was quite young, but this is, that was like, well, for me, when I grew up kind of listening to heavy metal and stuff, it was all about kind of like, well, heavy metal fans, they just like the music for the artistic sensibilities, not because it's a trend. But with Nirvana, and I liked Nirvana's music, but I felt like that was more about, you got so much coverage because it was kind of trendy in a way.
Grunge. Yeah.
And
accidentally,
then,
I was a metaler and I was a grunge fan. I was probably more like a grunge.
You're
fan.
a bit younger than me, so
I am a little.
I know he doesn't look at people, but yeah. So there was a guitarist who from a band called, do you know Sabotage, Lisa?
I love Sabotage. Yeah.
Chris Olivia died the same week as Kurt Cobain, and he got a tiny little mention in Kerrang.
He was the best vocalist they ever had.
It pissed me off that he like Kurt Cobain got all of this coverage, whole bloody issue of Kerrang, and
because it was trendy,
one little bloody mention, and he got
nobody knows or cares.
I thought it was way more
but then
unjust. Anyway, rant over.
Okay, well, Princess Diana died in the same week that Mother Teresa died.
Yes.
And nobody gave a fuck about Mother Teresa. So look, your rock star bullshit doesn't mean anything. So when Mother Teresa, it's just who's the most famous.
Yeah,
but that was the whole. That to me, that was kind of when I was into metal. It was like, oh, we don't kind of like stick to trends and stuff. It's not about what's trendy or what's popular. It's about the artists and everything. But that's a load of old bullshit.
But kind of like all that shit,
it kind of made me fall out of. I still listen to it, but it kind of I didn't do the kind of the lifestyle anymore. If that makes sense.
Do you think
anyway? Let's get back to
himself though. Do you think Kurt Cobain killed himself? Because a lot of people don't think so.
Yeah, but literally anything in life, there's always a conspiracy theory about.
Yeah, that's true.
I think Kurt Cobain got real fucked up on drugs and then accidentally shot himself in the head. And because it's the sort of thing that I probably would have done in his position.
Anyway,
fucking
let's
about.
Come out the rabbit hole.
He was not suicidal.
We keep going down them.
Right, hang on. So I avoid politics and religion. It blah blah blah. Toxic Avenger. That was the one I was looking for.
They should make a new version, the Toxic Avenger, but he's like toxic masculinity or something. That'd be fun.
Hang on a minute. Are they not doing a thing with Peter Dinklage about the Toxic Avenger?
Are they?
Oh, I'm absolutely sure. Someone told me, and I almost had kittens. I adore Peter Dinklage.
Yeah,
I am sure.
The best. So,
I have a ridiculous.
I mean, there's nothing you can comment on that without being politically incorrect, right?
Oh, I love him.
Yeah, I mean, like he's,
Say about that one, Matt.
Right,
so Peter is clearly the superior Matt.
The Toxic Avenger stars Peter Dinklage. Yeah,
you are the superior Matt.
Who's it directed by?
It doesn't say. I'd have to look it up on IMDb. I'm on Wikipedia, which I know is crap. Hang on. Toxic Avenger. But someone told me that because they know I'm a big fan of Peter Dinklage.
07. That's the precursor to 007.
It
Witchcraft
is
movies,
Michael
yeah,
Hertz and Lloyd
Alan, you've
Kaufman.
got to have seen the witchcraft movies. Sorry, who was it, Lisa?
Michael Hertz and Lloyd Kaufman.
Oh, right, the proper trauma guy. Right.
I'll watch it. Peter Dinklage is in it. Oh,
I've seen the
hang on, that's right,
witchcraft movies when they were out in the 80s, but I haven't seen them recently, so I
I've
can't
seen
really.
a
Ignore me, that was
seen a
wrong.
few.
That was the original Toxic
Yeah.
Avenger. It's Macon Blair, whoever that is.
No.
Macon Blair. He did Blue Ruin, I Don't Feel at Home in This World Anymore, and I Care a Lot.
What?
I haven't seen any of them either. But Peter Dinklage is in it. I shall watch it.
Humble narrator. Jokes. There's plenty of jokes going on here. It's all good. Toxic Avenger Part 3, The Last Temptation of Toxie is the only Tremor film I love.
Haven't seen that one.
Oh, should I resend Alan a... I'm not sure if...
God, those
sure
films
if,
are fucking brilliant. It's like
I'll
this
be able to
shit.
rejoin that old link.
These films, it's like that's the problem. It's like you've got to reinvent this stuff
awesome.
because we couldn't make this stuff nowadays. So you have to reinvent it because it's something which is out of time, right? So, religious.
So I'm just re-inviting Aaron.
Where did we get to? Toxic Avenger. Blah, blah, blah. I'm reading something about Septic Man at the minute.
Music Blast.
The people in this chat are like the best people online ever. This is just such a good discourse in terms of the conversation, especially because I talk a load of old shit.
Mutant Blast? I've never heard of that.
I've seen that, but I saw it on VHS when it first came out. I remember nothing about it.
You've seen me.
I avoid political and religious. Yeah.
Yep.
I'm interested, but you know, it's tempting to kind of overtake everything these days, isn't it?
The problem is we like to know about we as people we like to know about people, right? And it's just become like an over.
Matt's banned from talking about politics for the rest of the stream. Toxic Avenger,
Septic Man.
Septic, the darker ripoff. I don't know what the best. I'm not a huge fan of the Troma films. I think they're a bit too silly in some instances.
I like him. I like
some of them. I like they did a sword and sorcery one that I kind of quite like. I can't remember what it's called though.
How
The
is
Visit. Sorry. Is The Visit that movie where the kids go to stay with their grandparents that they've never met before?
Yeah.
I love that. I think that's brilliant. Someone's saying, principled uncertainty, since we seem to be liking terrible films, I love The Visit. I loved it. Thought it was brilliant.
I haven't seen it, actually, that one.
Really good.
I wish they made a movie about Solomon Kane team up with Van Helsing and Abraham Lincoln hunting down vampires. I suspect that Solomon Kane is that would probably be a rights issue, if anything, because I think Van Helsing is obviously public domain. Abraham Lincoln is the real person, that would also be public domain, but Solomon Kane, is not. So that might be the issue there. Do you know Mickey Mouse becomes public domain in a few years?
Does he?
I'm doing a new movie. Matt Francis as a political off versus Mickey Mouse and his fucked up creator. I'll stomp him. Stomp his ass.
I think the Psycho Gorman is very Toxic Avenger like.
Dalt Wisney.
Is The Visit Shyamalan?
Shyamalan, yeah.
Oh, right, okay. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's interesting. Shyamalan movies. I love. Is it Shyamalan? Is it pronounced Shyamalan?
Shyamalan, I think.
Shyamalan. I love his movies.
Ding Dong.
Apart from what's that one with Mark Wahlberg in it?
The Happening.
Oh, that's awful. But I like all the rest.
But there was the frappening after that.
Yeah, that's the one I don't. The Happening.
That's the porn parody, isn't it? Okay, here's another unpopular hot take. I don't like animated films or animation in general anymore.
No animation?
Not really.
No,
No.
like
Movie.
Oh my God.
But I just can't get into it now. I just can't buy into the characters.
Are you talking about anime or just animation?
Animated, anything like cartoon.
What about what was the Amazon Prime animated superhero thing?
The Invincible. There's maybe a couple of exceptions.
My God, that was like the best thing that's been made in generations.
Yeah, but I thought that was acted and paced like a live action film. The reason I don't like animation generally is because the characters, it's more to do with the actual, I just can't buy into the characters. So if you look at a film like the Star Wars franchise, and then you have the Clone Wars.
I agree.
I know a lot of people love it, but to me, everything is just dumbed down a little bit too much. I just can't get into it. And then you're having, especially with like something like the Clone Wars, which is going to take place in the same universe as the actual Star Wars film. I can't reconcile that this angular looking kind of like cartoon character is meant to kind of like be in the same universe as Harrison Ford.
Yeah, and to be fair, I mean, we've got you've got Invincible, and then Avatar, the Last Airbender, is just brilliant.
Invincible, I'll give you. And I occasionally like some of the DC animated films.
So all of the big animes, or all of the big animations like Toy Story and like Encanto and Coco, you don't like any of that?
No, not interested.
Oh,
I used to be, because I used to be like a big Transformers fan, He-Man fan, G.I. Joe when I was a kid. And I've even got a Transformers tattoo, but I just can't watch them now. Even the stuff I used to love, it's just too simplistic for me. I just can't get into the characters.
For somebody who's a massive B movie fan, it's quite a bold statement.
I know. Well, can I say? I knew it would be.
It's not simplistic. I love animation. I love the fact if like somebody can, like, and I'm pretty critical about like animations, but like animated films, or series, if they make something which like can bring a tear to my eye almost, then like that blows me away. Like as soon as I'm like hooked at that point emotionally, then I just give myself over to it. And then...
Has anyone seen Flight of Dragons?
Yep, years ago. Old.
What do you, Lisa and Alan? What are your views on kind of fantasy, like drag?
Not really into that. No, I'm like you, so I don't like animation.
Other than How to Train Your Dragon, I can't think of any.
No.
There is an animated movie called Flight of Dragons. It's an old one. I like that because it's kind of, it takes itself quite seriously. Yeah. And it even kind of gives you biology of how dragons kind of like fly and stuff, how they breathe fire.
Yeah.
Have you seen?
They eat lime, don't they?
Yeah.
To
they have like an electric thing in their back of their throat that ignites.
Flight of Dragons is one of the first proper animated. That and Water Babies. It was that and Water Babies for the.
I saw that at the cinema.
I saw Water Babies at the cinema. Yeah.
Have you seen When the Wind Blows, Leo? Raymond Briggs. Yeah. It's surely you like that.
Yeah. Back in those days, I liked animation. I liked like Fire and Ice. I liked the Lord of the Rings animated movie. But they don't make them like that anymore. You know what I mean? Because they took the matter seriously. But animation these days, even if it's for the most part, like something like Invincible, I would but I just can't get into it. Sometimes I want to, but I just can't. Like about Castlevania.
I loved it.
I know the name, but I haven't seen it.
It's a video game, but they made quite a very serious.
That's where I
loved it. I loved it. I thought it was, but I think, yeah, I did. But I am very finicky about like what I like in terms of animated series. But then I did watch the whole of the Dragon Ball Z series when I had the opportunity.
I had an ex-girlfriend that was really into anime, and I don't know. I think it just scarred me for. To be honest,
Yes.
I feel like I need to get into anime more. I feel you hear a lot of like movie fans talk about anime, and I feel really
it doesn't make
uncultured.
any sense half the time.
Haven't
That's the thing that
seen
Most of
frustrates
it,
me.
to be fair, most anime is shit. I'll be honest with you. Like you can literally, I will stand by that comment because I've watched so much of it, and so much of it is just generic rehashes. But then you've got like obviously the Western stuff is very interesting because there's a certain pressure to like do something really, really interesting and good with it. I think the whole situation with Evangelion, which is 26 episode. Somebody will probably be able to check me on this in the chat. A 26 episode anime which run out of money at around episode 18, but everything up to about episode 16, so good. It's just like brilliant. But there's lots of other, like Gundam as a series, which has been going for decades upon decades. It's just bollocks. It's just
it's quite obviously it's coming from a very different culture, isn't it? If we're talking about the actual Japanese produced stuff, and I think what a lot of Japanese audiences like is kind of different to what a lot of Western audiences typically like.
Cliffhangers.
We used to work with
very West. It's that culture is very much like it's almost like those cowboy cliffhanger, like 1940s American sort of shows. It's that sort of level of tacky. Oh, we're going to keep you hanging on. So, I don't know. It's just a weird one, really.
I'm not saying it's bad. I just can't. I just can't get into it. I'm not criticizing anyone who likes it. So
No,
I understand the appeal,
it's subjective,
I just
right?
can't get into it.
It's like music.
Yeah.
It's like some people like some stuff, other people like other stuff. So,
I'm fascinated by politics and religion, but religious and politically focused people are deranged. I was once determined leftist. Now I just enjoy life. Enjoy life is the best advice that you can ever have, really, isn't it?
Good to be demented
because
every
I'm
now
a
and
flinty
again.
bastard, Leo.
What does flinty mean?
I don't know.
Maybe it's like causing trouble. Lucy Lawless did a great animation recently, Spine of the Night.
No,
I didn't like that.
I haven't seen
What
it.
is it? What is it?
It's. Do you know what I mean by rotoscoped?
What?
No. Okay, so.
Oh yeah, rotoscoped, where it's like
that's
animated.
They basically trace over like actors.
Lord of the Rings, the animated.
If it's in the Ralph Bakshi Lord of the Rings,
yeah,
it's kind of like that. But it was just like, well, it's basically an anthology. I don't know. It was a little bit of a cheap kind of look to it, really.
I just see that name and I think Xena.
Animation is a hard media to control for movies. I mean, you look at like the Spider-Man Into the Spider-Verse. That's a lot of people say that's the best Spider-Man film, but it didn't do very well at the box office.
I loved it.
I loved it. Yeah, it was amazing. I think when it came out of the box office, I think when it got streaming, I think everybody just like jumped on it.
I tell you one anime I do like, and that was Fist of the North Star. Yeah. And I bought Urudusaka Doji when it first came out, not knowing what it was.
Porno.
And then it had a cool monster on the cover.
Fisted.
And I watched it with my mum.
Big monster.
It's just like, and it's basically tentacle rape.
God.
The whole movie is more or less just and I was like, I'll put this thing and it's got a cool monster on the cover, and it's basically women getting raped by tentacles every 5 minutes.
Lovely.
My kids love anime, but enjoy very different genres. My son has good taste and watches the Japanese language version. Only the subtitles are superior to most modern novels. It can be high. There are good examples, isn't there? But like Matt said, there's so much out there. There's so much of it. I think a lot.
I don't know where to start. There's so much. I want to try and give some of it a go, but I don't know where to even start.
Just go for Evangelion. It's in Netflix, And what else is there that's good that's on there? The problem is the Western.
It means
like,
he's hard-hearted.
Oh, Flinty means hard-hearted. Okay.
Oh, yeah. He is hard-hearted. You're right. The greatest manga was 2000 AD. Fuck yeah. Like, I am, like, literally a hardcore 2000 AD. Like, my parents, I would, like get a bit of money out of them, and if I could do jobs to make some cash, I would literally go down to the newsagents, which my brother's mates owned, parents owned, and I would just buy 2000 AD. It was like it was so inappropriate for my age. I was probably like 6 years old when I started reading 2000 AD. Judge Dredd, like ABC Warriors, Nemesis the Warlock. Oh my god, that shit was fucking crazy. It was like just like people getting murdered and blah 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 blah. But it was so good and so British and so cynical in its humour. Just the bomb. Absolutely the bomb.
I like 2000 AD. Well, I used to get the comic when I was younger.
I haven't seen
Well, actually, and do you know what? 5 or 6 years ago, I went for a meeting and I met the owners of the 2000 AD IP. Lovely. Well, I met one of the brothers. So they own Rebellion.
They're running on fumes these days.
Rebellion Games own it. So they're the guys who did Sniper Elite and all those games. So, but just awesome. And they're looking to do some wicked, interesting stuff with the 2000 AD IP, as far as I'm aware. So I don't know, but like, you know, I can't.
I think most animation from the West is aimed at children, though, isn't it? I mean, you obviously Lisa's got a young son, so you watch a lot of animation.
Yeah,
because you take
I probably would anyway. To be honest, I quite like animation. Yeah.
So it's kind of like, I mean, you know, I understand why people like it. I just find it incredibly hard to get.
But you know, I think animation has moved on. Even the Disney stuff, like, you know, we're looking at Moana and stuff like that. How fucking good is that? Like, you know, as an animated thing, the songs are good for the kids and sometimes the adults. It's got The Rock in it. We all love The Rock. The story's like, you know, culturally interesting and actually accurately to interesting story to like the Pacific sort of culture. It's just good on all levels. Good writing, good story, funny.
The Get Ugly arc is manifest.
Get
I don't know what
Ugly.
that means.
I haven't heard of that.
Don't know what that means.
Hold on, I'm so drunk at this point. The Get Ugly. Are we going back to 2000 AD? Get Ugly. Right, you're going to need to reinvest in my.
Go for the alphabet backwards, Matt.
Z, X, Y, W.
I was joking. You don't need to do that.
BA.
Delightful. I did see one of them at the cinema. Actually, I saw Howl's Moving Castle because I was my partner at the time.
It's probably a little bit slow, but it's good.
Yeah,
I love that animation. It's got like
I was as invested as I would be if I was watching The Notebook. Let me put it like that.
So,
good night, everyone. It was really awesome talking tonight. Thank you for joining.
For your awesome comments.
I love the Western style of animation and anime, but I think the USA don't like focus on storytelling. They just like to push an agenda. I think they just like to push a formula. You know, it's a kind of like, it's the same type of film over and over with the same sort of type of characters. Yeah, I mean, like I said, if it's aimed for a younger audience, I totally understand why. You know why kids like it, and I used to like it when I was a kid, but I just can't get into it now. But anyway, anyone got any other controversial opinions?
Can't think of any. I preferred Stephen King's son's books to Stephen King's Joe Hill, which people just laugh me under the table for, but I prefer them. Stephen King will spend about 5 pages describing what a tree looks like. And I don't need that much information. Joe Hill, his son, I just much prefer his books.
He is starting to kind of like become quite established now, isn't he?
What I've read is excellent, like proper page turners. But Stephen King, I find sometimes can be quite hard going. He just gives so much unnecessary information that I'm like, oh God, can we just get back to what's happening? And I don't care what the tree looks like.
And he seems to be turning away from horror as well. He seems to be going more into crime and thriller and like sci-fi and that. I didn't like the last couple of his books. They bored me.
My favorite author did that. He went from out and out horror to like proper like crime more so. So I think people are turning away from horror, aren't they?
Yeah, his early books were the best for me. You know,
you like James Herbert?
Oh, love him. He's my favourite.
Yeah, I quite like him. Yeah.
God rest his soul. Yeah, the rats.
Yeah,
the fog.
He was probably I used to like Guy N. Smith as well, though he was basically B movies.
Yeah. Crabs.
Crabs, yeah. I read his books, Guy N. Smith.
They were basically B movies.
Yeah.
Not exactly
high art. Though. Yeah, I remember Guy N. Smith,
The Slime Monster.
Yeah, Graham Masterson.
He did one with the fog as well, I think.
Read him as well.
Graham Masterson's good.
Yes, I read him. Yeah. My favourite's Sean Hudson.
Oh, he's like a heavy metal. He really hits you in the face with the horror, doesn't he?
Yeah, I love him. He's really good.
Sean Hudson, I read a couple of his books,
Gaganesh Diak says, yay, Stephen King needs an editor. Sorry about the pronunciation there. Gaganesh, blah, 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 whatever. Kiss.
Yeah.
I'm just going to say kiss at the end. Let's say his name.
Have you seen many of the James Herbert adaptations on film?
I've seen The Survivor, which I didn't like. I've seen The Secrets of Crickley Hall, which was okay. It was okay. I haven't seen The Rat's Deadly Eyes. I believe when he were filming that, they were little Dachshunds and he put rat suits on them. Yeah.
Oh, that's amazing. I love that.
They were all running around barking. That's what James Davis said anyway.
Right, I need to see this now to see Dachshunds and rat suits.
Did you read Fluke, Lisa?
Sorry again?
Did you read Fluke?
Yes, the one about the dog. Yes,
there's a film about that. There's a film out.
I think I've seen it. I do really like that.
I haven't seen the movie. I've read the book. Yeah.
It's kind of it's quite a departure for it's non-horror, but I quite like it.
Yeah.
In fact, that was the book that got me into James Herbert. But like the Magic Cottage and
Magic Cottage. Yeah.
They've only adapted one Sean Hudson book, and he'll even say himself it's one of the worst ones he's ever written, which was Slugs. If you remember the old horror movie Slugs, it's not good. There's so many that he's done that are awesome, but they've never been adapted, unfortunately.
Yeah. Well, he made a movie called Slugs. Was that based on his book?
Yeah, that's taken from his book. Yeah. That's well, I suppose it's all right. It's your typical 80s horror movie, isn't it? But there's so much more in-depth stuff he's done, more, well, I don't want to say highbrow, but you know what I mean? Slugs is a bit of a reach, really, isn't it?
Yeah. What about Clive Barker? Clive Barker.
I love Clive Barker.
Yeah.
But that's where it's at.
Hellraiser.
So,
but only the first one, though. Only the first Hellraiser. After that, he went downhill. Yeah.
Well, the first that Hellraiser short story.
Yeah.
So I didn't really. I watched the films.
Yeah.
The first film and the second film, and I didn't really kind of understand the concept of the Cenobites.
Right.
And then I picked up the short story.
Yeah.
Luckily, I was on holiday. I can't remember, Cornwall, I think, and it was in a bookshop, and I was like, "Oh, I'll buy that." And I read it, and I was like, so now I get it. Like the idea that they're like, because it always seems very hellish, but they're like about as much about pleasure, pay. It's like a sadomasochistic sort of relationship, and it doesn't really feel. They kind of play on it a little bit, but it doesn't really feel like that. But
it was called
Clive is overrated. Nightbreed is his best way.
Oh,
I do like Nightbreed.
Nightbreed's awesome. Yeah.
But who's it? Say Gaganesh Diak Kiss is not loving the. I think Clive. I think
Clive Barker.
Clive Barker. Yeah, I think his work is very much. It's a personal story, to be honest with you. All of that shit is like very much his way of expressing something that he's been like holding in.
Maybe there's a video game based on Clive Barker on PS2. I forgot what it was called. Remember?
That's the one where you're basically a squad of 4, and then you're going into like what's it called? It's the Walls of Jericho. Jericho.
Right. Walls of Jericho, yeah.
Jericho, yeah. Yeah, so he wrote that. But and then you get inside it, and then shit hits the fan. So, which is very much a Clive Barker thing. It's like, you see something, it's like I've got this under control, and then it falls apart. So but I like Clive Barker. I think I think his stories tell quite a personal story. Yeah. Have
you seen Event Horizon?
Yeah, of course. Have I seen Event Horizon?
Seen that one.
You haven't seen
that one?
No. Sam Neill, isn't it?
Yeah. Out of choice, you didn't see it.
No, I haven't seen it.
Alan, I thought you liked cosmic horror.
I like some, but I've heard a lot of good reviews about that Event Horizon, but I've never actually seen it. I've seen the trailer of it. I've never actually seen the movie.
It's pretty hardcore, isn't it? I would say.
Oh yeah, for sure. Yeah, it's about as hardcore. I mean, Sam Neill was like a
horror film.
Yeah.
I think it's like probably one of the most out there mainstream horror.
I saw that at the cinema. I fucking shit my pants, not literally, but it was like Jesus Christ. It made me gave me the willies.
Yeah.
Yes, I have seen Dredd and I enjoyed it quite a lot.
What, Judge Dredd or Dredd?
Or Dredd specifically. There's like the
Dredd was good
version.
Haven't seen it.
There is a perverse anime. Well, there's plenty of them. And other genres that deal with philosophy and spiritually. Vinland Saga, wonderful twist on the Viking sagas.
Yeah, I couldn't get into it. But I didn't give it the time. He's
Adios.
Which
Judge Dredd is cool. He is. Stephen King needs an editor.
Oh no, Principality Uncertainty couldn't leave. So engaged with us.
I think he was saying bye-bye to someone else.
Okay. So, Nightbreed is the best one. I love Nightbreed. Nightbreed is like almost one of those books or stories. The film came out at while I was going through puberty, clearly, and it was like, oh, this guy, he gets murdered, then he goes somewhere, he then gets rebuilt as this super undead monster thing. It's like me growing hairs on my balls. In my mind, it seemed pretty thing, but yeah, I totally got it, and it meant so much more to me then than it does now. But I love the idea, and so it's Cabal's the book, isn't it? Which is also
Cabal,
which is also very much a short story, and the film actually elaborates on that significantly more than the story does.
While we're on the subject of Clive Barker, the most disappointing book I read was The Great and Secret Show. I couldn't get into that at all.
I've not read it. So what's that about?
It's an awful book. Yeah.
So give us a little bit of a synopsis.
Oh God, I fell asleep. I fell asleep after the first few chapters.
Okay,
I think it was 1993. I read it. It's going back a few years, isn't it? Yeah.
So bad.
The Great and Secret Show. So avoid that like the plague. Yeah.
Weave World was.
I've never read that. That's about the carpers, isn't it? About the carpers. Yeah. I've never read it though, but it's about a magic carp as he goes into another world. Yeah.
Yeah.
Cool. I haven't heard of that one.
If it's not creepy and weird, I'm not interested.
I don't read
like Warhead Rex. That was good.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. That was good.
You must like that one, Lisa. It's like a bit of home slice for you. That one, old Warhead Rex.
Home slice.
It's all Irish, isn't it?
Oh right. I completely forgot about that. I do know. I remember I liked it. I've had too much to drink. I'm slurring. I do apologize. Yeah.
Not the Pepsi. James Herbert would never get published today. Principal Uncertainty says. I had to watch Dark in the Garden as it was the summer.
I mean, I got confused between James Herbert and Frank.
Similar to The Fog, but different in other respects. Yeah. The Fog was a real ferocious read. The Fog. Yeah, some really gory scenes in that. Yeah.
Is it just gore? I mean, I think most people are getting cancelled Oh, The Undying. What, the video game? Hang on. Ah, yeah. So Clive Barker did another video game called The Undying.
I've played that.
Yeah, it's a fucking classic.
I didn't know that was Clive Barker.
What's the scariest video game you've ever played?
Oh, it's got to be what's the one with the foggy town?
Silent Hill.
Silent Hill.
Yeah.
But the PlayStation 2 version with Pyramid Head.
Yeah.
Just like almost vomit-inducing.
It's creepy, very creepy.
I beat it, but it was like it took me ages to beat. The new Resident Evil games are pretty good. The Resident Evil 7 is
the first Resident Evil on PlayStation 1 was a bit scary for me.
It's my favorite game of all time.
The bit with the zombie, like, it's like chewing the.
Yes. My son looked at that and he goes, "Why on earth? This is crap. Why do you think that's scary?" And I'm like, back then, that's what we played. And it was
I found Doom scary.
Yeah,
just because of the sound effects. There's nothing on screen that's scary, but it's like, whatever it was, sound effects. You know, makes you feel like uncomfortable. You know, but I haven't played many horror games, if I'm honest.
No, I mean I've played them all. I play them all. So it's horror games I play. It's like because I use headphones. It's just like a challenge. So I fill up horror games, then I go into the next working day feeling like I can handle
anything.
And I can't. And I realise that normal human beings are.
I quite fancy playing that Dying Light.
It's not that good.
Oh yeah, I've done that.
I didn't
that. Dying Light 1 and 2.
I bought that. What's the one on the zombie one on the tropical islands? I bought that, but I never.
Dead
Island, probably, isn't it?
Dying Light is the one that you want. That's the one to play.
My PC is just simply not good enough for that.
Parkour.
I couldn't even play bloody Tetris on my PC. So, it's that shit. It just about holds together doing the YouTube videos.
No, but Dying Light is brilliant. It's got like an extension and stuff, and it's just a zombie horror thing. And then when it gets to nighttime, like these super zombies come out, and they're like. And
what was the 4-player online game that was about zombies?
Yeah, it's got a 4-player. Oh, no, we're talking about. I played it loads as well.
There was like ones that there was the witch zombie, and you had to sneak around it.
That is. I'll Google it.
And there was like these big, like hulking ones and stuff.
Yeah,
can't think of that.
Left 4 Dead.
Left 4 Dead. That's it.
I haven't heard of that one.
It's good. You
Left 4 Dead. Humble narrators taught Left 4 Dead.
There's a new version of it as well. I can't remember what it's called, but Left 4 Dead, basically you start off as 4 survivors, and then you've got to get from one end of the map to the other end, and there's like monsters that you don't want to wake up, like the witch. She's just horrendous.
I like the sound of this.
Yeah, there's the big.
Like this crying little girl, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. Yeah, she's like crying. And if you accidentally shoot her, or like, then she just goes.
If you get too close, or like she sees you, it's like she's not the hardest one.
Yeah, she's pretty good. I've killed quite a few of them, but yeah, that's pretty good. But Dying Light's the best zombie video game as far as I'm concerned. Dying Light is it. Hang on.
I like the one in the shopping centre, Dead Rising, is it? That's
Dead Rising, yeah.
Games I played.
Yeah, it gets pretty boring.
I completed that. Right, Santa Sangre. I remember the VHS cover of this because it had like that kind of like very flashy artwork, but I don't think I've ever seen the movie. Westworld, Weaveworld. Right, just a description. Ever had an opinion when it gets popular opinion? Okay then. We've covered some of this. You're getting ahead of me. Wild Beast is an interesting movie about a zoo animal drinking water contaminated with PCP.
That sounds like the most fun movie ever. Is it like My Little Pony? It turns into.
It sounds like the prequel to Zombies. If you've ever seen that.
No, sounds shit.
Event Horizon used to be more hardcore, but they removed many scenes and haven't released them.
I like Humble Narrator. You're like nailing that shit down, Humble Narrator. Thank you.
I'd give a lot if Barker would finish his fantasy series.
Yeah. What was that? I can't remember what it is now.
Alan is the best.
What?
You're winning. Me and my friend like to joke around saying My Little Pony movie is like Clive Barker's sexual horror movies.
I agree.
I'm not going to comment.
Young boys get castrated in the frog.
What?
That's brutal. That scene, yeah.
Oh,
the frog comes out the ground and drives some nuts, and you all go on a rampage, and that, that's a notorious scene. That
I don't think I've seen this. I think I've always got the fog confused with the mist. I need to see the fog.
Yeah.
Okay.
This was written in 1975 after the rats, and the green fog comes out the ground. It's like an earthquake, and it drives people mad, and they all start killing each other. And that scene there, what he's that one's just mentioned, that is a notorious one. Yeah,
that's going on the list. I have not seen.
Put you off guard and shears for life, so
I saw my friend the Fred movie is scariest.
The Fred movie.
My friend.
What?
Alien Isolation.
Yeah, I haven't completed Alien Isolation. It is fucking terrifying. That shit is whack.
Yeah, because it was scary, not because it was
shit.
Left for Dead.
That old YouTuber's Fred's voice
came from a bowl of hell when I listened to him. Don't get that.
Who? Oh, Subsberg. Yeah, tell us a bit more about Fred's voice.
Philip Jose, so forgotten.
There it is, the fog.
Yeah.
Oh, I feel like chopping my balls off right now.
They didn't make a film of that though, did they, Alan?
Leave this on Aunt Edna's chair. Never seen this. I can't believe I've never.
A lot of people,
to be fair, the rats.
Carpenter, but that was a different one. It was a different.
I remember seeing the bus on that book.
Yeah.
I haven't seen that cover of the rats.
That's my all-time favourite horror novel with Dracula, alongside Dracula. That's my all-time favourite horror novel. Cool. Very gruesome read. Oh, it's horrible. Don't read if you're having a meal.
That's what we want in a horror, though, isn't it? Something disturbing.
Shocking. Well, he was ahead of his time in the early 70s and that. Nobody had ever done it before. Apart from The Exorcist, William Peter Blatty. Nobody had written explicit horror like him. So he broke the boundaries, really, didn't he? So there you go. They're his first two novels, anyway.
I need to get
Actually, maybe I got it bugged. So I thought it was rats that I'd seen, but I remember seeing the cover. I think it was Leia. Leia sequel.
Yeah.
Leia. Yeah. You go to Epping Forest. Yeah.
Yeah.
I didn't like. I wasn't fussy on Domain though. The third one. I wasn't keen on that one. Domain, where there's a nuclear war and there's only so many humans left, and all the rats take over the earth.
Oh my god!
I wasn't fussy on that one.
Oh, that sounds rubbish.
Yeah, it'd be quite realistic how that would happen, wouldn't it?
The thing about rats is, the one thing about rats are, they're allergic.
They're in the kitchen
to getting stamped.
What are you gonna do?
There is a rat in the kitchen. What am I gonna do?
Yeah.
Or
remember Willard? Anybody remember Willard? 1971. That was a rat movie.
Yeah.
Willard.
They made that, didn't they? With guy from Back to the Future,
Crispin Glover.
Yeah.
All right.
Was it? Oh,
yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Will 28 Months ever get made? Both Alex Garland and Danny Boyle seem to have agreed on a script. We'll put out some statements affirming this. Then silence opinion.
What's 28 months?
It's like 28 days, 28 weeks, 28 months.
So it's a follow-up.
It's been a little bit long, I think. I don't know if...
Let's be honest with you, 28 weeks wasn't that good, in my personal opinion.
Do you know there's a B movie that changed its name, and it's called... I remember we had it because I worked for CX for a while, and it's called 28 Months Later. Nothing to do with it. It was just like one of these ones that changed their name to cash in on it. I never saw it. I wish I picked it up.
Fast
I don't
or
think
slow?
that will get made. To be honest, I think it's been too long.
No,
Fast
I
or
think
slow
it
zombies?
will get made. Sorry.
Yeah, sorry.
I think it will get made, but I think there will. We've got to wait for this. Oh yeah, that's it.
Lair.
Yeah.
The rats have
Well,
found
I think the zombie kind of phase is done, mate.
Done. Yeah, I know. That's what I mean. I think they're going to leave it 10 years.
Oh,
It'll
man.
come back.
Is that another one from the same?
That's the one I wasn't fussy on. Yeah, wasn't fussy
Right.
on that
Okay.
one. Yeah, and I've got his biography as well.
James Herbert.
Yeah.
I think I need to read more. I don't read enough. It's ridiculous. I used to read a lot, but lately I just watch movies all the time or play Assassin's Creed.
I haven't read a novel in ages, to be honest with you. I'm the same.
He's a bit of a rock star as well, on the quiet.
Is he?
Yeah, well, he was.
Put it up a little bit. I can't see. Up a little bit. Has he got a guitar? Oh, he's got a guitar there. Cool.
Yeah. Yeah, he's a bit of a rock star on the quiet, yeah.
Maybe that's what I need to see.
Well, that was his main forte, literature. That was what he made, he became famous, for his books. Yeah.
How did he die? What did he do? Was it cancer?
I'm not sure, Leo. It might have been, yeah. Yeah. Fantastic
author. Isn't it? Let's be honest.
Oh, fantastic author, yeah.
Oh my God, Supersberg, Dead Space games. And we've got a new, they're remaking
that. Was quite scary, actually, Dead Space.
That's great. And they're remaking it now. So we're waiting for the remake to come out, which is such actually a well-timed and much needed.
There's a Mark Singer film called Dead Space. Nothing to do with that game, however. No. Remake of Forbidden World. There you go. Get some
Supersberg, well done. That game. It needs to come out super now, basically.
James Herbert died age 69, but no cause of death was given.
69, yeah.
Yeah, that's young, isn't it?
Yeah, it was a shock, when he heard it. I just come on Facebook, James Herbert's died, and that real shock, Yeah.
Died from a 69.
No, he died when he was
age 69.
I'm sorry, that's what I meant. Did you miss?
That'll be a good way to go, isn't it?
You dirty fuckers. There's nothing to do with me. I meant died at.
He died with a smile on his face.
Or did he? I don't know. Which smile?
He probably died writing another novel.
Yeah,
he did. Yeah.
Yeah.
Someone sent me a joke. I'm going to bring a tone down now. What is the female equivalent of teabagging?
I don't know.
Flappuccino.
Oh, Jesus Christ. No.
Sorry.
Flappuccino. I liked it.
Yeah, I quite like that one. As a girl, sent me that as well. So anyway, we won't have any more. That was the only kind of rude joke I'll be saying this evening.
Old books are better because they keep them simple and small. I'd agree with that.
The wrong one.
Alex pulled something out of the box.
Except for
yeah, Matt likes small, don't you, Matt?
It's all I can handle, mate.
Shall I tell you a funny story about that?
Do you guys know what the shortest short story ever written was?
Go on.
In history. Well, this is what, according to what I've read. For sale, baby shoes never worn. That's the shortest horror story in history. For sale, baby shoes never worn.
That's depressing.
I know.
Is it? So somebody
I
wrote
remember the short poem, "Oh My Wet Pet," whatever it was called, from school.
Oh right. Well, I haven't read that one.
That is horrible, though. Your story, because but conceptually, it's just like.
Yeah, it used to be a thing. Write a horror story in one sentence. Stuff like that. It's like, oh God, because obviously the baby's died, doesn't it?
So how shocking can you be in such a
and
or how fucked up is the human brain, or how much
you've got your creepy pasta as well that's going all around the internet, haven't you? Very short horror stories and that.
I like those,
creepy pasta. And some people are starting to make their own short horror movies as well. 10 and 15 minutes and that. Some of them are pretty good.
A lot of them end up on anthologies. You know how you get these anthologies that come out. They're not films that are made specifically to be in an anthology. They're just collections of pre-existing short films.
Right.
That's
Okay.
right.
Occasionally, you'll get something like Creepshow, which is obviously a film specifically made.
Yeah.
But the vast majority, especially the lower budget anthology films, if you just look at the short films, and they're like way older than kind of the actual anthology. But they just because some of them they even end up on different anthologies. I've seen
Slenderman came from
films turn up on different.
Yeah.
Say again, sorry, Lisa.
Slenderman was created on Creepypasta by just a story by someone. They made up Slenderman, and then it became like a massive thing.
Yeah.
That's right. Yeah.
But I think there was some kid committed suicide in.
Two girls tried to kill one of their best friends.
That's right.
And because they said that Slenderman asked them to do it.
Yeah.
She survived, but they tried pretty hard to kill her and didn't succeed.
Yeah.
I think that was probably using some shit off the internet as an excuse.
Yeah, exactly. There has to be something wrong with you to do something like that.
But the media love to
Of course they do.
It's like, and the thing is, the more these stories are circulated, they get embellished, and they get embellished again. Then they get embellished again.
Anything horrific in history is always, lately in the past, in recent years, is always attributed to a movie or a character or a singer, or you can like all kinds of things. It's like people think if you like gory horror movies, it means that there must be something psychologically wrong with you, or you must want to go out and kill people. It's like, no. You can watch all sort of, like Marilyn Manson gets the blame for people that do a lot of stuff. It's just rubbish. And Slenderman got the blame for that, those two girls.
I think in a lot of things, people just look for something to blame, don't they? I mean, Matt and I worked in the video game industry for quite a long time, and always games got blamed for the stuff.
Do you remember Manhunter? Was it called Manhunter?
Manhunt.
Manhunt. That was it. Yeah, but that got. It wasn't that bad, to be honest. It wasn't terrible, but.
Well, to be fair,
I tried to sell that on eBay. I had a copy of that. I tried to sell it on eBay a few years ago, and they wouldn't let me list it.
Oh, for goodness!
Really? Manhunt, as opposed to GTA, where you can arbitrarily exterminate everyone. I mean, I know
GTA for stuff. Quite often people. I mean, I wouldn't completely discount it doesn't have an influence, to be honest. Because people
I don't think it does have an influence. I think people are fucked
to a normal
up,
person.
And then they just choose their way to eliminate like other human beings. And if they're just if they want to kill somebody based on something they've seen on TV, or a video game or something like that, then that's their choice. But they're probably going to kill somebody anyway. If you're going to kill somebody. And all we can do is keep your kids away from it until they're at an appropriate age. The brains have developed enough that they can understand what it is.
I haven't read much in the way of modern books, to be honest. So
no.
The Rose in the West, the shortest sci-fi ever written. Here's a good one. Right, this is a good one. The last man in the world sat in a room. There was a knock at the door.
I've heard that one before. Yeah.
I love these sort of things. I love them.
Yeah.
Well, doesn't make any sense.
Well, he's meant to be the last man in the world. Who the hell's knocking at the door?
Yeah, you start thinking.
Well, it's clearly an alien, isn't it?
Richard Matheson.
That's fucking dumb. That shit is dumb.
Richard
Matheson. Like if you're the last man and there's a knock on your door, it's an alien.
Maybe it's a woman.
Yeah.
Yeah,
it could well be.
The sun rose in the west.
Oh, right.
What is it? Hang on, let me have a look at this. Sun rose in the west.
It's back to front, isn't it?
West. The sun rose in the west stands a powerful statement about the Cold War and US-Japan relationship.
I think the problem maybe with modern books is that they're written with the intention to be made into films or TV.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? I think when
not the one about the dude with the alien knocking on the door. That's like a shit film. It's like, hello, I'm the last person. Oh, where are you from? It's like Mars.
Yeah.
why didn't you come down here earlier? Well, I didn't realise you lot just going to blow up the whole world and sleep one person.
Well, you know what my favourite Last Man on Earth story is? I Am Legend by Richard Matheson.
Yes. That's
my
the
favourite.
one Will Smith was in, wasn't he?
That's right.
The book. Yeah. None of the film adaptations have got it right.
No, the difference, aren't they? Yeah.
Because the whole point of that book is the vampires. You know how, like, humans now, they see vampires as legends.
Yeah.
The whole point of that book is the vampires see this human as a legend because he's the only one that's left. They kind of like, oh, fucking hell. He's like a thing of myth because he's the last man on Earth. And these vampires are kind of, I am legend because he is the last man on Earth.
Yeah.
But none of the movies have ever kind of got that bit right, which is literally the title of the book.
Yeah.
Helen Humble narrators saying they changed the end of the Will Smith film and ruined it.
Yeah.
Well, there is an alternate ending, but it's still not the right ending.
I haven't read that. Yeah. Books used to be so much better. I always think to myself, like, having a kid, it's like they're so into computer games and Fortnite and all this crap. Where's the authors going to come from? The musicians, the artists, because they're not interested. Like, when we were kids, we'd have read a lot. We would have written. We would have, like, drawn. But all my son wants to do is play games. That's it.
Lisa, I'm gonna tell you a story now, and I'd like to hear your opinion on this because I don't have kids. All right, anyone who's listening, I don't have kids, but I do have 2 young nephews. But I mean, inexperienced with the kids, I haven't got a huge amount of interaction with them. But over the summer, I like to take my nephews out.
I saw.
And I took my nephew. Well, I've got 2 nephews. I took the youngest one out last week. He's 9. And I kind of sorted out this day. We went to a tramp. There's a relevance to what you just said. So I booked this trampoline park out, and not the whole thing, but I took him to this trampoline park in the morning, right? And because he said, I want to go to this trampoline park. I want to go to. It was my dream to go to a trampoline park. So I took him there, and I said, "So, what do you think? Well, did you like it?" I didn't have a ball pit. I'm like, but it's a trampoline park, right?
A ball pit, right?
Didn't have a ball pit. So, whatever. So then I took him, went to McDonald's, right? I know this is going on a tangent, guys, but I've got to have this. This really annoyed me. And Lisa and Matt,
you airing your bullshit on the internet.
Anyway,
and then you went
hearted, you see.
Race car racing or whatever it was.
Just let him get off his chest. He'll be fine.
So I took him to McDonald's, right? And he's like, "Oh, I want a Big Mac and nuggets." I said, "You're not having both. You can have one." And he kicking off, started crying. Anyway, so I got him that. Anyway, I booked him to go to a because he said to me last year, "Oh, I want to fly." And I was like, "How am I going to make that happen?" So I booked him this indoor skydiving thing.
Yes, another thing you mean, yeah.
And it's normally 70 quid, but they had
it's flipping expensive, is what it is, yeah.
30 quid. So I booked it for him. And then he goes, "Oh, I don't want to go." Why? Because it's boring. And I was like, "Well, what do you want to do then?" "I want to go and play video games." I was like, "Bloody hell, you." Anyway, I thought, because it was in Basingstoke, which is about 30 miles away from us. I don't want to take him up there. I lost the money. So I took him home. And then it goes, I was sat, because my brother was out, so I had to sit in the house with him. And he's got this Pokemon game on the screen. And there's some bloke talking. And and I said, "Who's that talking?" "Oh, it's this guy who's playing it." I said, "Well, aren't you playing it then?" And he's like, "No, I'm watching a video." And he's like, "Well, do you not have the game?" "Yeah." "So you're watching a video of a guy playing a game that you have, and we didn't do skydiving for this." And I was like, bloody hell.
My son does exactly the same thing. He watches famous YouTubers playing particular games, and it just would do it all day long if he got the time. It's that's all they want to do. They just want to sit and stare at. I sound so old. They just want to sit and stare at Fortnite or YouTube. And my son's obsessed with YouTube, like memes. Like he'll watch the same thing over and over, and he'll hear like a really famous song. "Oh, that's from that meme." It's like, no, that's from like 20 years ago. The memes used it. No, it's not. It's from It's ridiculous. And I always think all the artistic things in the world are going to we're not going to get musicians and artists, and their kids aren't interested. They're just staring at a bloody screen all day.
Yeah.
I just hope so. I hope there's no more musicians, because then they'll be able to really get on top of this whole musical career that I've been working on for many years.
My son, I paid for him to have guitar lessons, and he picks up stuff so fast, it's ridiculous. But you would be nagging every single, can you go practice for half an hour?
How
And
old is he?
he would have his phone set to make sure he did not go a minute past 30 minutes practice, and then he'll sit on Fortnite for 2 hours and not get why I'm annoyed. It's like,
How old
I'm
is
bloody
he?
paying for these lessons.
Yeah.
Practice, for God's sake.
How old?
11.
Yeah, so 13 or 14 is the best age for learning guitar, and it's your kids are really super got something else going on. It's a
Fingers
tough one,
crossed.
man. It's too much focus.
It's frustrating because it took me so many years to learn to play the guitar. I was crap. I'm watching him learning. He picks it up so fast. I'm like, oh my God, I would love to have been able to do that at your age.
The live stream's changed into old people moaning about the use of
old people whinging about
unpopular opinions with young people.
Well,
unpopular opinions with young people. I think we are all incredibly sexy. Thank you very much.
It used to be you didn't show real life in horror. Band now it's a head count of ethnicity and belief. Good times.
I don't know what that means.
It's I think that's the whole thing where you get these American-y type things, and they rock up in Middle Eastern country and kill all the brown people. Here's a
comment I wholeheartedly agree with.
I
don't know what he was
talking about.
That is a comment I already told you. I told you what it was about at the time.
What was it?
You're just revisiting it. What was it about?
Just in general.
It was Leo touches himself regularly.
You're absolutely right.
He's bang on the target.
How do they know? How do they know?
They just
I love the original I Am Legend. Yes, still haven't done a proper adaptation.
Planescape is practically reading what?
All kinds of stories instead of a usual computer game.
Planescape Torment, is this Gagadesh Diak X Kiss? Can you confirm? Are you talking about Planescape Torment? If you are,
200 times, but you get banned from Facebook for nothing. I know some people that have been banned for literally nothing. It's ridiculous. I've never been banned myself.
I've never been banned, but I barely ever put anything on there, to be honest.
No, I've never been banned, and I've taught politics.
I know some people that have been banned for literally nothing. I don't even mean nothing remotely controversial, just something stupid, or maybe reposting something that was already on there. They'll repost it and they'll get banned, but the original post is still there.
Here's a question about Matt's favourite hobby.
Did you count the hand movement fine? Yes. Cock in hand. I've mastered that.
I don't know what that is. Hand movement fine. Don't know they're born.
These days, I don't know when they're born.
He's joined in with us. Fantastic.
Oh dear.
I didn't get grey hair sitting around here doing nothing.
We're in the old people.
There
are a bunch of old people comments now.
Yeah,
to be fair, as a kid, I only wanted to play games, and now I don't touch them.
Cool.
Well, kids,
I made the mistake.
I think you're talking about games, not kids. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
I made the mistake. You remember, I was doing a video the other day of the top 10 games I grew up on, and I was talking about Resident Evil. And I made the mistake in earshot of my son of saying the first time I played the first Resident Evil film, I sat about 8 hours, 10 hours, non-stop. I couldn't get away. What? But you always complain that I'm on my computer game too long, and you played it for 8 hours, so that means I should be able to play it for 8 hours. It's like I was 18. I was not a child, but I made the mistake of saying that.
Our parents were unabashedly alcoholic. And didn't worry about it. Like, we spend time pretending that we haven't got drink problems. Like, these kids need to take into consideration our feelings as well, I feel.
When I was a kid, I was the only one out of my friends group that played video games. So I didn't really.
Why?
Yeah, because you've met like Steve and Chris, and that they weren't ever in. They were a bit behind on technology. So I mentioned this in my. What was it?
It's just cards and.
I did a heavy metal video. I did mention this in that. But we grew up quite late. We were out playing army in the forest until we were about 14. Can you imagine kids doing that today?
No.
Oh yeah, me too. Yeah,
they get bored. Like they don't. Kids are actually scared to be bored. It's like I have to have something to do 24/7, or I'm bored. I can't possibly be bored.
I mean, clearly my parents.
Wait till they get to work.
So I'd leave my house at 9 a.m. in the morning, and my parents would be like, "Make sure you're back by 6." It's like could have been molested and all sorts of stuff.
Yeah, we used to be able to go out all day, didn't we?
Yeah,
I've been banned from the group of walking dead for telling 300 girls she won't survive zombie outbreak with a Negan bat.
What? That's what I mean.
See.
Oh, we've got the sex sites posting. Nude HD best adult dating site.
Yeah.
Definitely click on that link. Don't.
Well, I already have. I've been hacked. No.
Reader's Digest meets TikTok. TikTok is just no.
So it's every movie in 15-minute clips.
Yeah, that's cool. Reads novels and does well at school. I was reading Russian novels on mushrooms back then.
I like it. Right, look, this is where we get interesting shit right here. Yes, Planescape Torment. So we're talking about Dungeons and Dragons right now, right? So let's scroll back up to what Gaganesh and Kiss said to me. Oh, I can't find it now. Can you search the chat? Anyway, it's a fucking great game. So, so effectively, it's like the old cliche idea of like your character wakes up with no memory, the hero, and the hero is basically a walking zombie, and then who can effectively take on any skill, any character class. That's my fave PT moment was speaking with the letter O, or getting nothing from the guy who walked the negative play. So, anyway, and that's all it is. You're like this sort of nondescript individual who becomes this super kind of ultra hero in the Dungeons and Dragons universe, and you skip from plane to plane to plane. So in Dungeons and Dragons, obviously that's a big popular thing at the moment because of what's the show called? Stranger Things.
Yes.
But what people don't understand is that in Dungeons and Dragons, it's multiverse upon multiverse. So you can you can go anywhere, do anything, and interact with loads of different creatures. And Planescape Torment kind of touches on all that. Boring. I made it sound so boring, haven't I?
That's because you're boring, Matt.
I'm pretty boring, yeah.
So, should we? It's nearly 12 o'clock. Should we go till 12 and then we'll call it a night? Yeah.
Yeah. So I'm starting a Dungeons and Dragons group in September. Actually, we might. Should we just go to like 11:54?
2 minutes.
So John Wayne, iconic actor of bigoted white supremacists and died of cancelling.
His feet were too small. Nobody gives a shit.
I think. Well, it's a different time. I don't think you can judge people of the past.
He's dead as well, right? Is he still alive? If he's still alive, we can judge him maybe a little bit.
He died ages ago.
Are you sure?
Yes. Not old, just grumpy, like me.
Nude HD XYZ. Oh look! Oh, bedtime is it?
not quite.
Porn's on.
I'm just flexing my muscles.
Yeah.
They hit us with a few comments. Look, check it out. Maybe there's actually a person called Nude HD.
Yeah, maybe. It's me.
Hi, I'm Nude.
Did you fast forward past all that, Roman? Yeah. My son then. Why is it getting so low? Alive code.
Well, we had about 20 people earlier on, but obviously it's getting a bit late now in the old UK.
Yeah, I think they can see the potential. We've covered off politics, movies, Leo's fast forward button when it comes to nakedness, which I think is bullshit, frankly.
If you're gonna watch a film for nakedness, watch a porn and get it done.
The hospital, yeah, all right, yeah. Get down to the.
That's why I want to watch
hospital.
I don't want it in my Arnie films or whatever. I'm trying to keep my comments tame. Ooh. Is there something you're dying to say then? Let it out, Matt does.
For me? What, like you prefer your films, you prefer like Rambo to Ram Dildo?
You know, well, what's some of my most popular videos of porn parody movies? You know?
Yeah, I know. Like you've got a review of a porn parody.
Although they keep getting banned. So, but they good for views.
I lost already 4 of my Instagram accounts collecting tears of people's fears. Amateurville vibrator. Okay.
You know, I wouldn't be surprised, to be honest, if that is a film.
Try anything, won't they?
Amateurville vibrator. To be fair, the legitimate
I'm actually thinking that actually could be. I seem to remember seeing a poster for that. Right. Let me check IMDb.
Are you joking? That's actually serious. I thought that was a joke.
It might be a joke. I can't. This might be like the Mandela effect or something.
Amateurville vibrator. It is a film. I've seen it. Gagana Shadiak kiss.
It is, yeah.
And you in Gaganash
2020, yeah. 6 out of 10.
Not as good as the Lamp of Amateurville.
It looks like a quality production.
Yeah, that'll be people that worked on it that rated it.
Beaker's mouth said, "Hang on, where the fuck is Aaron?"
He's obviously been out of the loop for a while. He's gone to taxi services for his son.
Yeah.
Oh, is that your husband?
Yep.
Wow. Who knows?
It's a film, yeah. So
was it any good? I was going to try and review Amateurville Karen. Have you seen that one?
No.
That's a real film as well.
Amateurville Karen. I like my favourite ones. Amateurville David. Or the European cut is Dave.
Or banned only two vices: porn and gambling.
I like it. That reminds me of that scene from what's that film where he's like, oh Jesus, I've only got one vice. What's it? Fucking and something. I can't remember.
You've lost that one, Matt.
I've lost it. I'll come back. I'll return.
I'll return. See a lead balloon. It's a really funny joke.
Hang on, I'm not a comedian, clearly.
Truly, yeah. Have you got like a fucking intravenous drip of alcohol that's going into you or something?
Oh God!
I haven't seen you actually drink that much, but you seem like you're fucking out your tits.
I'm tired. I work really, really hard.
You work from home, you lazy bastard.
Yeah, it doesn't mean I don't work hard. Jesus.
Lump of Amityville. No.
That one I can imagine is probably a real one.
That'll be Amityville Vibrator was made by people fed up with all the Amityville. Yeah. I get that.
That's probably a good one there. There's literally, you can probably, just pick a word and there'll be an Amityville. Just open the diary, Amityville, consonant.
There'll be many more to come, no doubt, as well. Many more. Yeah.
Every time I review one, I have to kind of explain how that's like a public domain name and stuff like that. But it does get a bit silly.
Yeah.
And some of them are, because a lot of them aren't made as Amityville movies. Some of them are just like, oh, what was the worst one I saw? Do you know what? It was hang on a second. I reviewed this one particular film, and it was Amityville Misery Road, I think it was called. Right. And it was basically like a kind of found footage movie. I'm hoping I'm not going to turn this off. And it was fucking terrible. And it was the guy who made it was like this kind of like semi-professional musician that had this Russian bride who he clearly said, "I'm going to put you in a film," right? And he made this road, and he made this film, and it was nearly as bad as The Hospital, not quite. And I reviewed it, and it was like they put all these fake comments on my review. Oh, it's such a great film. This guy doesn't know what he's talking about and stuff like that. But it was terrible film, absolutely terrible. Yeah. And I swear to God, I mean, this is speculation on my part, but I swear to God, the guy made it just to impress this like Eastern European woman. I think I said it in the review, but I cut it out because I thought, don't want to get sued. But yeah, Amityville Mount Misery Road. Right, there's this.
I was talking about Blazing Saddles, by the way, earlier when I was trying to crack the neck.
Blazing Saddles.
Past. Right,
I'm gonna bring it back.
Tonight, yeah.
Yeah.
You talk like I'm spelling. I'm assuming you mean Matt.
Oh.
I myself being multiracial, love doing N Tower. So they
shut the fuck up
about making everything.
Shut the fuck up about making everything so racial.
I'm not down with the acronyms.
I myself being multiracial, love doing N Tower. So
we don't know what N Tower means.
Night.
We're too old for the for the
North
young
Tower. Hang on, go back to that sec. Let's work it out. Doing N. What do you reckon N stands for, Leo?
I don't want to hazard a guess.
Shut the fuck up about making everything so great. So
it's like another language nowadays. I mean, since when does sick mean good?
Always.
Oh no.
Skateboarder thing, isn't it?
I can't find anything about N Tower. Well, what's that? Know your meme?
I think maybe the tower pipe. Love doing
something to do with career, isn't it?
Oh God! Right. Okay. N Tower is a social media practice of spelling out the slur. Think of the worst possible slur you can think of that starts with the word N. Yes.
Nigel.
Yes. Yeah, that's it.
Nigel. Neil. Norris. Look, I like this. Personally, I was disappointed by the lack of racism in this podcast. I was trying to be racist to all the white people on the podcast. But
Matt likes to call me a Nazi because I have German heritage.
Do you?
You might have, but that's more factual.
I was really disappointed. My heritage is just Irish and Scottish. That's it. Nothing of any interest. Just boring.
Surprised you haven't got red hair in that case.
Surprised
you haven't got red hair in that case.
I wish I had red hair. I was hoping for something windswept, like, I don't know, like Germany would
Irish
be
and Scottish, that's like the reddest headed people in the world.
North of Ireland, well, all of Ireland and some area of Scotland, and that's it. It's like, oh, for goodness sake. I paid for one of them, those DNA things. How boring. How boring can you get?
Whereabouts in Scotland?
The West Coast. I couldn't
on my sort of like the non-brown side of my family. They're from Aberdeen.
Yeah, it wasn't Aberdeen. I can't remember what they called it. The Lowlands or something. I can't remember. But it's like, oh, for God's sake, Irish and Scottish, fantastic.
That's okay. It's a beautiful, beautiful place.
Have you ever been to Germany? And have you not been to Germany?
Yeah.
They're all so tall there. And I'm reasonably tall. I'm 6'2", but I felt like, oh, hell, I felt quite short there.
I went to Greece years ago, and there was loads of like Germans there, and they were like really good looking and tall. I was like, fuck. That's
where I get my good looks from, clearly, isn't it?
I love German people. Were lovely when I went. People always have this stereotypical view of what they think German people are like, but I found them to be absolutely just really, really nice, really friendly.
Yeah. So where'd you get your personality from then, Leo?
My personality. Well, I like the French people. Matt and I went to France quite a few years ago, and I thought the French people were really nice. They get a bad rap, I think.
Yeah, Leo spent the whole time eating horse dick at the supermarket. Because I don't care about race.
Random thing in the supermarket. Yeah.
I think it was actually like a lower rib or something like that. I've been googling it for years.
Was that were you? Because I went twice. Was that the time I had the shits?
You always have the shits. I could be racist, but once I would love to lay off a race top. Who's Super Spag talking to? We love you.
Yeah, probably don't be racist.
We lowlanders mastered racism. I failed the exam. I love you as well. I love principled uncertainty. I love Super Spag. Off topic, but
that's funny because like we're way off topic.
Yeah,
and that's probably more on topic than
off topic. But does anyone like the Hatchet films? You are so on topic. We love you, horror nerd. 13.
It's like stop bleating on about a load of old crap and talk about horror movies again.
Yeah. Well, I think
Ian Hodder was in there, wasn't he?
Hatchet.
I've never watched the Hatchet film.
I'm sure.
I would just like to say that the word hatchet has historically been a racist word.
I always think of Uncle Buck.
I'm only joking. Who's seen the Hatchet films? Have you seen?
I've not seen any of them.
I've seen the first one.
Yeah, I've seen them. Yeah.
Oh, yeah, go on, tell us a little bit. So, what do you think about the
crowd?
Hatchet?
They're all right. Not special.
Yeah.
Not special. No.
Just typical slasher movies. I do love Kane Hodder, and he's in them. I have a soft spot for him, but
Danielle Harris as well.
You might know. Why does Kane Hodder always wear gloves? Has he got a burnt hat?
Burns, yeah. He got burns on one of the Friday the 13th movies. It was a stunt where he was to be set on fire, and it went wrong, and he ended up with really bad burns.
Wow.
So that's why
every spout I see him, he's got gloves. I thought, I wonder if he's got like burns or something.
He's such a lovely guy, Kane Hodder.
Super Spag, we love you. But if you were in a 100-meter race,
I only care about the race if I win.
Yeah, shut up, fucking Leo the German. Inappropriate. I love you, Leo.
I heard about them in reviews, never seen. I will say that's slightly off topic. I sometimes watch films and then turn them off, but I won't review them if I do that. I have to see the film completely.
Hatchet movies are okay.
Are out of sight. I won't review them because I can't judge a film if I've only seen part of it, even if I think it's going to be total bollocks. There you go. Everywhere I go, it's all about race.
He's clearly an F1 driver.
Can we agree, boys like serial killers and girls like that? Little, and Lisa will probably back me up with this one. Most true crime fans are women.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, they are.
This is true.
We're
really obsessed. Someone once said they think it's because women want to know the worst possible case scenario and know everything about it so they can protect against it. I don't necessarily think about it that much, but I'm obsessed.
Without being sexist, that sounds like a woman overthinking the situation.
I'm intrigued about anything to do with true crime. So I don't know why. I have no idea why, but I'm just obsessed.
I mean, no man ever, as far as I'm aware, has ever wrote in a sexy letter to a woman in prison. But women do that shit all
there's
the
very
time.
few women
It's
in
some
prison
whack
for those
bullshit.
sort of crimes. Let's be
I don't get
realistic.
It's like Ramirez and Ted Bundy both had massive female followings.
They
It's
all
like,
do.
what is wrong with you? What is wrong with these women? No idea.
Pam?
Oh, he means. Oh, I know what he means. Do you know that Reese? Not Reese, but I always get this mixed up. Something about Pam. It was a true crime show called "There's Something About Pam" that had her that was in Bridget Jones. I can't remember her name.
Something about...
She looks exactly like my next door neighbor.
I had an ex-girlfriend called Pam. I thought, how do you know
The thing
that?
about Pam, Wikipedia. The American crime drama television series involved Pam Hupp in the 2011 murder of Betsy.
She's hideous, so he's trying to get a rise out of me because she just looks exactly like my neighbor who I can't stand the sight of.
I'd snog Pam. There's no way I'm drinking bin juice. I don't care what she looks like.
Oh God, no, Leo, you might change your mind if you see. Yeah.
Well, hang on.
I get if I get a bit of bin juice in my hand when I'm throwing the bin out of work or something, I'm like, ooh. Can't stand it.
There's only 2 stars on Rotten Tomatoes.
It's quite good. I thought it was good, but it's got a really.
What's it called?
There's something about Pam.
The thing about Pam.
There's something about Pam.
It's a true story, but
what?
They make it really dark. It's told in quite a, these things that have got the narration that goes over, and it's told in quite a what's the word? Not very respectful way. It's almost makes light of the whole situation, and there's like death and everything. A lot of people struggled with that, so didn't watch much of it. But when you get used to the tone of it, I thought it was very good.
Is that Rennie? What's her name?
Rennie Zellweger. That's her. Yeah, that's it.
Oh yeah, she looks like
bin juice. Don't come close to that. Yeah.
Rennie Zellweger looks awful.
She's kind of. I saw Helen Hunt in a film recently, and she's had so much plastic surgery. It's like, ooh.
No, I don't know why they do it. They're not allowed to age in Hollywood, though, women, are they?
It's fucking sad, isn't it? State of affairs. Because actually, that aging thing, naturally, most people look lovely. Everyone looks lovely when they age naturally. Shit is whack. So what else have we got here? Genuine Adios.
Panthera.
So he's going for real then. Bye.
Alpheus Maximus, Equus, Africanus, Asianus.
No, I trolled the trolls. Bye for now.
No, trolled the trolls. Bye for now.
Is that Latin?
I don't know what that means. I've kind of lost the plot on that one.
I'm so fucking tired.
I think we'll finish at 12, but there you go. Jamie Lee Curtis isn't the best screen queen. The slasher movies she was in didn't really have her personality. Her characters were the same. She plays crazy old lady in newer Halloweens.
But isn't that like the character of the old scream queens in the old films? But she survived, right?
Well, depends on what continuity you're in the recent ones.
So like that's the point, isn't it? Is that Jamie Lee Curtis played kind of a sexy but unassuming, like non-slutty character, and that's why she kind of didn't die, I suppose, because she was like holier than thou, which is.
She just looked like a normal, like a regular.
We just got out of racism. Let's not get into next thing.
Female objectification.
Yeah. Jamie Lee Curtis chastised me for leaning on her car.
She did.
I would chastise you if you leant on my car. Probably because you get bird shit on your arm, but They
went to see Spinal Tap, and she was dating one of the guys or is she married to him? I can't remember. One of the guys from Spinal Tap, and he was outside leaning up against her car, and she told him off.
Oh, really?
What did she say?
I don't know. I think just get fucking off my car or whatever. I don't know. I never asked him, but he always tells me about it.
But that's claim to fame, was it?
He's in the
Cat Eye
Spinal
Phone.
Tap live video. It's the DVD, the gig. They got him and his mate had restricted views, so
What,
they
your
managed
old
to get-
man? Your old man? Is
Yeah.
in the... Oh, that's
It got into the like just an area where photographers allowed in at the front because they'd restricted view, and he's quite cheeky. He will ask to try and get something. He's awful, and they got right up the front, and they're in the DVD, the official DVD of the Spinal Tap gig. It's like
God.
that's a claim to fame.
That is actually fucking awesome.
Yeah.
Right. I think we'll call it a night now, guys.
Can we leave with some controversial?
No.
Also, she was polite. She didn't tell you off. Please don't lean on my car. And she's perfectly within her rights.
Fair enough.
1992, Royab. She sounds lovely. I bet she was banging in 1992 as well. Absolute cracker.
When would that have been? When was
Trading Places?
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
Yeah, Trading Places was Places.
No, that would have been more the
10 years
True Lies.
probably. It's 9 years on from the
More the True Lies era.
Oh, earlier before then. So
anyway, we will call it. Jesus Christ, 4.25 hours. This is by far and away the longest live stream I've ever done. Bloody hell. Anyway,
we're going to get cancelled.
Although I will mention this, it wasn't the best skin the girl from Return of the Living Dead. I'm assuming you mean Living Dead Part 3. Mindy Clark. I had a huge crush on her.
That's one of my favorite movie posters. Is that the one with the girl on the front with like all little bits in her face? Yeah, I love that poster.
Mindy Clark. Woo.
Yeah.
Yes, I was very attracted to her.
Hang on, Mindy Clark.
She goes by Melinda Clark now.
Oh, that scary one with the like knifey fingers. Like she ruined that. Her whole career was ruined after she.
No, she did. She had quite a successful TV career.
Not with me, she didn't.
She wasn't in Babylon 5 or whatever it was.
She definitely wasn't in Babylon 5.
Did you fancy Claudia Christian?
No. No.
She was in Babylon 5, wasn't she?
Yeah, she was. She was awesome. I loved her to pieces. She was quite like, I didn't really fancy anybody in that show. They were like everyone.
Gillian Anderson for the X-Files. That's who I used to fancy.
I didn't fancy her.
Gillian Anderson.
Scully from the X-Files.
Yeah, she's beautiful.
Mm.
I think she's better looking as she's
not really about looks, it's about personality, and like you can't really get on with somebody when they're on the TV. But it's just
I follow her on Twitter. She just bangs on about sex like all the time. I think she's in some show about like sex education or something. She just bleats on.
Oh yeah, she is. Yeah, she's the mum in Sex Education. Yeah. So I'm not really into celebrities like sexually. Like people like get into it, don't they? They're like
not after the restraining order, anyway.
Yeah, certainly. No, I've never like it's just too far away. It's just like you can't build a relationship. So why would you like be psychologically?
Yeah, but you don't want to. It's a fantasy, isn't it?
Yeah, it's a fantasy. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's just not for me. I prefer to hang around with people like you.
I'm a celebrity. What are we talking about?
Yes, this is true.
I'm not you.
I'm YouTube famous, bitches. Joking. I think anyone who's watching now is like they're fucking talking shite again. So
Is everyone logged out?
No, there's still a few people watching, but
why? Why are you still watching this?
Yeah,
okay.
This is just like talking a lot of our bollocks. This is what happens on a Tuesday night, I suppose. At gone midnight. Only
Is it Tuesday night? Fuck, this week needs to be over.
It just started.
Yeah.
And it's cooler, thank goodness. A nice bit of muggy weather today. Better than the last
We're doing
day.
that British thing about talking about the weather.
That's true, yeah. I thought you weren't British, Lisa.
No, but I'm not talking about it. You are.
Exactly.
SS Sniper Leo. I don't even know what that means.
SS.
Oh, German, right? Okay, I thought it was meaning SS Sniper Wolf. I think my husband's got a bit of a soft spot for her.
My grandparents on my mother's side came over here after the Second World War.
That's awesome. That's really cool. That's interesting. Wish I had an interesting story, but I don't.
But I quite a few. You know, when the Berlin Wall was up, I went into. This is going to be really boring for anyone that's listening now. But I went into East Germany while the wall was still up, where it was still communist occupied. It was like it's like a different world, really.
Yeah.
Interesting. So that was good. That was basically that interesting story over. Anyone else have any anecdotes?
You really sold that story to me.
I did, yeah. Oh, do you know what? I went because I remember because we went through Checkpoint Charlotte, and they all had like all the guns and everything. And I was quite young, and I was really into Miami Vice at the time. And I got a photo.
You're only going to go
wearing a white suit.
You're not going to say Blazer rolled up, are you? Please.
Sorry.
You're not going to say the blazer and the cuffs rolled up at the ends, are you?
No, I couldn't get my mum. No, I've got a photo of me with my sunglasses, looking, thinking I'm like cool as fuck. Thinking, they're all gonna like think, who's that like Pablo Escobar looking motherfucker going through Checkpoint Charlie? No, everyone just ignored me. There you go. That's my interesting German story.
I have an East German Berlin Wall patrol jacket. Lisa loves it. Is he in the other room?
You love it, Lisa. So I bet you don't.
Lisa.
Who's Lisa? Is this partner called Lisa?
No, you.
My husband's got a German jacket as well. It's like a war one.
That's who's talking to us. He's
right, okay, right. I thought you were saying that. Yeah, he does have an East Berlin Wall patrol. I hate it.
You should just bring him into the chat, into like the room.
No, you don't want that. You really do not want that. But if you want to not be, no, you don't want that.
I mean, you've had to put up with me all night, so how much worse can he be?
Oh no, don't even start him. It could be bad. He's been banned from Facebook, I think.
Right. I'm so tired.
Right. Yes, indeed. We'll call it a night. For definite this time. And anyway, thanks for watching, everyone. If you stuck it out, I know we've had a few
I'd just like to say before I go, if I had any fans, I've definitely lost them by now. Thank you. Lovely to see you all.
Yeah, nice. Very nice to meet you all.
If anyone's, just subscribe to everyone. Links are in the description.
Thanks.
That's it for me.
All right, cheers, guys.
You need to get a YouTube channel going.
I will.